be more than 1,000 megawatt peak across the country. In the long term, for the energy transition agenda toward Indonesia net zero emission 2060, Indonesia put even more substantial amount of target to not less than 400 gigawatt peak in 2060. This shows the significant amount of solar power market opportunity, not only for Indonesian businesses, but also for other ASEAN countries. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, regardless of the high number of opportunity, the development of solar energy in Indonesia still not as flourishing as other ASEAN countries. We are kind of lagging in utilizing solar power either on grid or off-grid application. There are some challenges facing the development of solar energy in the country. Among them are the competitiveness of solar LCOE, the nature of intermittency, energy storage requirement, and high dependency of fossil fuel due to its convenience in providing reliable, continuous power in relatively cost-effective way. Despite of those challenges, we have to obtain breakthrough to mainstreaming the use of renewable energy, particularly the solar energy. Not only because this gives us the clean energy to preserve the environment, but also to preserve the sustainability of the non-renewable energy resources. The size of domestic potential market also attractive for developing domestic manufacturing industry for solar PV and its component, like what have already been elaborated by Pak Fabi. Although significant effort has to spend for develop the industry. Research and innovation also would be important not only to support the industry, but also to discover new approach in harnessing the solar energy in a much more efficient and cost-effective fashion. Many universities and research institutes in Indonesia have the potential capability in conducting such research, but need channeling with the industries. In short, Indonesia still have some homework to resolve for accelerating the development of solar energy sector. Distinguished guests, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, in this year, the IndoSolar 2023 is conducted in parallel with ASEAN Solar Summit and Indonesia Solar Summit. The summit is a milestone to gather strategic key stakeholders from ASEAN member states countries to consolidate effort in promoting solar energy in the region. The ASEAN Solar Summit that we are holding today is intended to further strengthen cooperation among ASEAN countries, both in exchanging experience, harmonizing policies, as well as cooperation in research and technology development, and the possibility to utilize natural resources in ASEAN countries to build industrial supply chains in the region. The summit is also aimed to consolidating common agreement of a joint market and economy for solar energy, forge the way to move forward and cooperate with all ASEAN countries. ASEAN chairmanship of Indonesia also recognizes energy security as a priority, so it is important to build the momentum in collaborating with each other, not only for solar deployment, but also building solar industries and supply chains. Through the summits, nations of ASEAN could exchange experience, policies and programs, and also conduct dialogue between them in their effort in advancing solar energy sector. In the summit, all nation members is expected to take the mutual benefit and learning the lesson from each other country. In particular, by carefully observe other country experience, Indonesia could take advantage to improve its policies and strategy to significantly accelerate the solar energy sector development. It is expected that in the near future, Indonesia can catch up to eliminate the gap with other ASEAN countries' achievement and contributing in the successful development of ASEAN solar energy market and industries. We hope that the ASEAN Solar Summit can be held continuously every year, so that whatever has been discussed in the previous ASEAN Solar Summit and has not yet been completed can be continued in the next ASEAN Solar Summit. If possible, the ASEAN Solar Summit can be held alternatively among the ASEAN countries. Distinguished guests, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, This very important event would not be smoothly organized without the strong support of MEMR, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, as the host, and ISR as co-host, as well as all supporting organizations. For that, we express our sincere gratitude to the MEMR and ESR and all organizations that make this summit conducted. High appreciation also addressed to the organizing committee and event organizer and all sponsors who already worked hard to realize this extraordinary event. At last, we hope all guests and participants enjoy the summit and exhibition and take the benefit for increasing the achievement of solar energy sector each country, in each ASEAN country. Thank you and have a great conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Pak Nika, for your remarks. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, he mentioned earlier about challenges. And of course, there are always challenges in succeeding anything in life. Therefore, we have so many stakeholders involved, not just the private sector, but as well as the government sector. And it is such an honor for us to have a representative from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, who is next going to deliver his welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Director General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Dadan Kusdiana.
Bapak sekalian, selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Excellency Pak Taufik Bawazir, Director General for Metal, Machinery, Transportation and Electronics. To my colleagues also from other ministries, to Pak Fabi, as the President of ISR, also President of IAC, and also to Pak Andika, and also to the organizing committee of Ibu Mada. So thank you for this very nice and wonderful and also I think challenging event that we will be having for, at least we will have the first day for the ASEAN and then we'll continue tomorrow for the Indonesian in particular. So on behalf of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, as part also of the co-host of this event, I would like to welcome to you all for this gathering. We believe this kind of the gathering for us in ASEAN will provide us with more optimistic, because I believe that for the technical issue, all are clear that ASEAN is good in terms of the solar energy. ASEAN has the strong and also have the strength in terms of the supply chains, in particular for the material that we have in the region. So I believe that this gathering later on will be continued and bring into the energy ministerial level that will happen August next month. So we try to combine all the efforts and to do the synergy for us on how to make at least two things. The first, we will have the increased implementation of the solar energy in the region. And the second is to have the industry, to develop the supply chains of the solar industry in the country. As Indonesia is starting already with this, we have very good resources in terms of material to support this kind of industry. we will have, I think that will be a big announcement also in the country to launch the integrated solar industry that will be, I think, will be launched by our president somewhere at the end of this month or the beginning of next month. We will see that Indonesia will have probably the biggest in the region to have the integrated solar energy to support of course, to support our target of 26% in terms of the renewable energy, and also to do the net zero emission later on, but also to support the region for this part. So we like to see at the end that after we have the meeting for today and also tomorrow, we will have some recommendation on how that the region can do the cooperation. And Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources is ready to facilitate, to support, and also to bring this issue to the Energy Ministerial meeting in ASEAN for the next month, and will continue for the summit later on. So since I will have also the session after this, so I won't talk too much on this, and we'll see you again on the session to discuss more in terms of the Indonesian target, Indonesian policy, and also how Indonesia sees the region to improve, to enhance the cooperation, as we have also in the ASEAN team, the interconnectivity. So thank you for this occasion. Thank you again also to supporting partners, supporting parties, that at the end we'll have a very big meeting. So thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Dadan, for the speech. And our last remark will be followed by the opening procession to officially launch this expo. Our next keynote is a keynote addressed by His Excellency Minister of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita, which will be delivered by Director General Metal, Machinery, Transportation, and Electronic Industry of the Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Taufik Bawazir. Mr. Taufik, you may come up to the stage to deliver the speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nice to having me. I stand here represent Mr. Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita, Ministry of Industry. And also he said warming greeting to all audience here. And I will be deliver of the keynote speech from Mr. Agus. I think this is a great momentum to all of us to sharing knowledge, especially in the ASEAN member country, for we increase and boosting of our industry and strengthening of the supply chains. Mr. Dadang said that this is a very important for the future of our country also, and ASEAN country, especially to strengthening industry from start to upstream and downstream in the solar industry. Distinguished guests, our colleagues is from the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resource, Mr. Dadang. And today I will speak from the Mr. Agus, Honorable Guest, Secretary General of ASEAN, leader of the Indonesian Solar Energy Association, Executive Director of EASR, and also Mr. Andika is Chair of Advisory IC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greeting of benevolence. Good morning, and may peace be upon all of us. On this occasion, we extend our thanks to Mr. Arifin Tasrif, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resource, and Chairman of the Organizing Committee of the ASEAN Solar Summit 2023 for inviting us to deliver this keynote speech. The manufacturing of industry in our country is gaining momentum as new demands arise in the market. This positive development is reflected in the Purchasing Manager Index, PMI, for Indonesian manufacturing, which was released by S&P Global in June 2023, reaching a level 52.5, a significant increase than the previous month's 50.3, and surpassing the PMI for ASEAN manufacturing, 51.0. We must be grateful that our manufacturing industry performance continue to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, energy is the heart of the industrial sector and determining factor for competitiveness our national industry. Energy generation industry is a priority within the National Industrial Development Master Plan, RIPIN 2015-2035. It provides opportunity for the energy generation and electricity industry to develop their product and increase domestic value-added contents. This is contribute to the national economy. Ladies and gentlemen, President Joko Widodo has emphasized that the government is currently working hard to oversee the several major transformations, including structural transformation, investment facilitation, downstream is part of our important industry, as well as digital and renewable energy transformation. Sustainable, affordable, and sufficient electricity supply is a key factor in success of this transformation. To support the development of the new and renewable energy utilization, the Ministry of Industry has encouraged the domestic solar energy industry. However, with the current domestic market need, the scale of economy is not yet fully met. Coordinating and collaborating in the planning of the solar power plants development is essential, involving small medium enterprise, relevant ministry, local government, and private developer. This way, solar module product development can align with the specification required for the solar panel plant construction. Distinguished guests, currently, the domestic solar panel industry has made progress, with the some manufacturing being part of Indonesian Solar Module Manufacture Association, APAMSI. Until now, the total production capacity of the industry has reached an equivalent of 1,600 megawatt. Nevertheless, the specification of domestically produced solar module must continually be improved to meet the demand of the current solar panel plant development, especially for module with the capacity above 550 watt. Moreover, it's necessary to explore the upstream needs, the polysilicon, wafer, solar cell, and solar module industry to meet national needs. A part of solar module are the component of the solar power plant, such as inverter, battery, and DC combiner box have not been entirely fulfilled domestically. The domestic industry lacks sufficient experience and knowledge to support large-scale solar power plants. Therefore, investment in this component is still open to increase local content, especially for solar power plant projects. Ladies and gentlemen, the increasing share of new and renewable energy in the electricity supply business plan, RUPTL, from 2021 to 2030, and the policy to transition toward the net zero emission by 2060 demonstrate the market potential and demand for new and renewable energy component industry, which is immense. This vast market should be maximized by the domestic industry. With the support of all relevant stakeholders, we hope this occasion will be utilized to provide the necessary support and policy for the development of new and the renewable energy equipment industry, especially in the solar power plant. While implementation local content regulation, my present challenge and obstacle, the government will continue to support and encourage the implementation of local content regulation and will continuously refine the existing regulation. We also welcome any feedback to strengthening the implementation of the local content regulation, particularly in the construction of new and renewable energy power plants. On this occasion, we extend our appreciation to all stakeholders involved in organizing the ASEAN Solar Summit 2023. This represents the commitment of all parties in the success of the Indonesian Net Zero Emission 2060 program. That is all we wish to confide. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ministry of Industry, Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita.
Pak Taufik, thank you so much. Please remain on stage. Yes, please remain on stage as we are about to proceed with our next procession to officially launch this expo. And we would like to also invite to come up on stage to accompany Bapak Taufik, Pak Fabi, Pak Dadan, as well as Pak Andika. So these four gentlemen, please do the honor of officiating this expo. Okay. Okay, gentlemen, there are four palm of hands on this screen. So please choose and do not tap on the screen before I say so. And please tap on the screen on the count of 3. Okay, please have your hand, your right or your left hand on the screen, but do not tap. Okay, on the count of 3, ladies and gentlemen, please help me in officiating this. On a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Tap the screen. Yes, let's give a round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen. Now, the expo has been officially launched. Indo Solar Expo 2023 in conjunction with ASEAN and Indonesia Solar Summit 2023 will be held until the 27th of July 2023. Now gentlemen, let's take a photo first right here. Kami persilahkan kepada teman-teman jurnalis dan juga fotografer untuk dapat mengabadikan momen ini terlebih dahulu. Yes. And afterwards, for our next photo session, we would like to invite to come up on stage Mr. Christoph England, Vice Chairman of Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore, Aditya Lola, Asia Program Lead, Kamarazaman Muhammad Bakri, Senior Director, Green Growth Group, Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Corporation, Dr. Aloysius Joko Purwanto, Energy Economist, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, Lin Ji, Program Director, Global Environmental Institute, China. We would like to invite to come up on stage for this photo session, Dr. Il-hyun Cho, Research Fellow, Korea Energy Economics Institute. May all of the names that I have announced please come up on stage for a photo session. And we also have the lovely Ibu Mada for this photo session, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. One more style with a big smile, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, once again, let's give a round of applause for Indo-Solar Expo 2023. Today is the ASEAN Solar Summit 2023, and tomorrow is the Indonesia Solar Summit 2023. And the expo itself will be here until the 27th of July 2023. And now we would like to invite our VIP guests to have a booth visit that will be led by Bapak Fabi Tumiwa, as followed by press conference at appointed venue. So thank you so much for our VIP guests who will now leave to have a booth visit. And to all of our remaining guests, please stay where you are as we are about to start with our first panel discussion. Jadi Bapak Ibu, kami mohon untuk tetap berada di tempat karena sesaat lagi setelah acara ini kita akan memulai langsung dengan acara diskusi panel yang pertama. So ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed the official opening ceremony of Indo-Solar Expo 2023. And the ASEAN Solar Summit 2023 is today, and Indonesia Solar Summit 2023 is tomorrow. We would like to thank and we would like to extend our utmost appreciation for all of our VIP guests here today. Thank you so much for attending this event and supporting our event. And we invite all our VIP guests to have a booth visit right now that will be led by Mr. Fabi Tumiwa. Pak Fabi, we invite you to escort our VIP guests to see all of the booth that we have right here at the foyer area outside of this assembly hall. And for the rest of our guests, please remain where you are as we are about to start with our first panel discussion. And once again, thank you so much for everyone who have attended this Indo-Solar Expo. Yes. So, this has been set, the table and chairs. Thank you once again to Bapak Taufik, thank you so much for attending. Thank you Bapak Dadan Kusdiana, Pak Andika Prastawa, thank you so much for attending. Thank you so much. Pak Fabi, along with our VIP guests, will now have a booth visit, a very quick one, because we know how, of course, how busy they are. And I have 4 seats right here with me as we are about to start with our first session, which is called the Solar Diplomacy Table. So this will be discussing development of ASEAN solar PV single market, regulation, trade promotion, as well as solar industry. And you are going to love this one because our moderator is Monica Francisca Conado, and she is Miss Earth Indonesia 2020. And she will be the moderator for this session. And we have a group of panelists that she will invite to come up on stage. So is Monica ready? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for the lovely Monica Francisca Conado, Miss Earth Indonesia 2020, who will be the moderator and be leading this next discussion. Monica, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Mbak Arleta. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests. And just like what Mbak Arleta has mentioned, that I will be guiding the first panel session today. And we will talk and discuss about the solar diplomacy table. As we all know, we are all facing the global energy crisis, and we're facing the hoping for the energy security. And countries, including the countries in ASEAN, of course, including Indonesia also, are taking inward interest to protect the energy supply, having also their own net zero emission and renewable energy target. So what are the targets of the countries in the ASEAN? And hopefully through this discussion, we could gain knowledge and informations not only from Indonesia, but of course from the other countries in ASEAN. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to discuss the solar diplomacy table topic with 4 speakers, amazing speakers, but 2 of them are still visiting the booth. So I will first maybe introduce our speakers to all of you. Our first speaker is Mr. Dr. Dadan Kusdiana, the Acting Secretary General, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Republic of Indonesia. And Mr. Dadan has been in the ministry for more than 25 years with various positions held currently as Director General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation and Acting Secretary General. And our second speaker is Mr. Christoph Inklin, the Vice Chairman, Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore. And Mr. England is also Managing Director of Energetics Singapore and has more than 24 years of photovoltaic industry experience. Our third speaker is Mr. Aditya Lola, the Asia Program Lead of Amber. Mr. Aditya leads Amber's work in Asia, and he is responsible for developing Amber's strategy in Asia, also building the Amber's data-led research portfolio on the region and leveraging it to empower organizations across the region to accelerate clean energy transition. Our last but not least speaker is Mr. Fabi Tumiwa, the chairman of Indonesian Solar Energy Association. Mr. Fabi is an energy transition strategist and has worked on a wide range of energy policies and regulations for more than 20 years. He is an advocate for renewable energy. So ladies and gentlemen, are you still with me? If you're still with me, may I hear your applause here? Wonderful. And we're still waiting for the speakers to be ready, for they are now still visiting the booth. Maybe I'll just inform all of the guests, ladies and gentlemen, that we're going to discuss this topic with the speakers. And not only me will be asking questions for the speakers, but the audience, ladies and gentlemen, you could also ask questions in the question and answer session for the audience to the speakers later on. So be prepared if there are any questions you want to direct to any of the speakers, or while we are having our discussion and then there's some questions pop up to your mind, you could please direct your questions later on in the question and answer sessions. So may I know, is the speakers ready? Are the speakers ready? Or are the speakers still visiting the booth? I guess our speakers are still visiting the booth because, of course, the booth are very interesting. And all of you, our guests, ladies and gentlemen, after the sessions, you may also visit the booth outside of this hall in the foyer. Okay, please welcome one of our speaker, Mr. Christoph Englund. Thank you very much, sir. May you please be seated, sir? Mr. Dadan and Mr. Fabi is still visiting the booth. So, Mr. Christoph, you will be with me on the stage. And not only Mr. Christoph, because joining us also virtually is Mr. Aditya Lola, the Asia Program Lead of Amber. Hello, good morning, Mr. Aditya. How are you? You're still muted.
Hear me now?
Yes. How are you, sir?
I am very good. Thank you very much. How's everything going on in Jakarta?
Great. I think we could just increase the volume of Mr. Aditya so everybody could listen to what Mr. Aditya said. Okay. How are you, Mr. Christoph?
You can hear me? I'm fine, thank you. Very good morning. Lovely to be here, Monica.
Wonderful. So you just arrived in Indonesia from Singapore?
I got here last night, yes, had a good night's sleep.
Have a wonderful event in Indonesia.
Thank you, I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, and we're going to talk about the solar diplomacy table of the energy security in the ASEAN especially. Maybe I will direct the first question to Mr. Christophers.
Yes.
So, Singapore is actively seeking collaboration with other ASEAN members on renewable energy, Mr. Christoph, including also solar energy. How far Singapore has progressed and how we can enhance the cooperation beyond the power generation?
Okay, let me perhaps start with some introduction as to what it is we're seeking and why. So many of us understand Singapore politically is a country, but geographically we're only a city. And that means that like many other cities, we do not have indigenous energy sources. We've got no nuclear, we have no fossil, we have no hydro, we have no geothermal. So and we have no wind. So apart from a little bit of solar on our small island of 734 square kilometers, generating about 2% of our electricity, most of it comes from imported fossil fuels. Natural gas mainly, but also some oil. So how to transition? If we want to change that from fossil fuels to renewable energy, the best way is to replace some of those pipelines and ships with electric cables. And then we can import electricity from overseas, outside the city, and in our case, outside the country. So one of the first steps has been to plan subsea cables with our neighbors. They're not yet built, but those will allow us to import electricity, and we're looking at the green corridor with Indonesia to have solar plants over here and bring the solar energy into Singapore.
Wonderful. So solar energy is a very important source of energy in Singapore, right? Sir?
Not yet, but we hope so the plans are, we have currently installed about 840 megawatts as of the end of last year. And by the end of 2025, we should hit 1.5 gigawatts and more than 2 gigawatts by 2030. But that will supply maybe small single digits, 4 or 5% only of our electricity. So therefore we have to import from overseas. And that's going to require 50, 60 gigawatts of installation, plus a lot of storage.
Great. Mr. Christoph, before we move on, let us all invite Mr. Dadan Kusdiana and Mr. Fabi Tumiwa to join us on stage. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Dadan and Mr. Fabi. Wonderful. We are now complete. How was the visit on the booth, Mr. Dadan and Mr. Fabi?
Well, we have quite many booths outside, so we don't have enough time, but I will go later on. Yeah, many things interesting there. So I will invite also to all to visit every booth to see the progress of the solar industry in the country.
Oh, amazing, interesting. Mr. Fabi, thank you. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good. Thank you.
Great. We just discussed about the solar energy in the Singapore. Mr. Christoph told us that it's not yet the focus or the main source energy in Singapore, but we're hoping to see that Singapore will have the solar energy as its main energy source, right, Mr. Christoph? But what about in Indonesia? I will direct this question to Mr. Dadan. Mr. Dadan, Pak Dadan, Indonesia holds the ASEAN chairmanship this year and also G20 presidency last year. How do you see the strategic position to promote solar advancement in Southeast Asia, especially from the perspective of the government of Indonesia?
Thank you. Yeah, I think this year we are trying to have also another success as we had last year with G20. So we have been working together with Pak Pabi and also other stakeholders to bring the ASEAN as the most important hub for the energy transition, at least in Asia region on this. So as I said in my welcoming remarks, for Indonesia, we would like to see three things. Yeah, because this will be very much strategic for us as Indonesia, and also as Indonesia as the member of the ASEAN within the region. The first, we are seeing that solar, I think as we are in the tropical region, no issues in terms of the potency, in terms of the resource. Indonesia, Singapore, others are sharing similar resources in terms of the solar. The difference is only the area. We have 2 million kilometer square, for example. Singapore has something like 700 kilometers square. That's the only difference. Others, I think, quite similar in terms of the resources. So, and we have also the target, the roadmap. Actually, ASEAN has the roadmap, 26% in 2025. So, this is collective action. This is collective target. So each country is invited to provide the contribution on the ASEAN target. So the first, then Indonesia sees that solar is the strategic renewable energy resources. We would like to see that this kind of renewable energy provide the major or enough contribution into our energy mix. Well, I can discuss later on in terms of the target, in terms of the project, in terms of the policies that Indonesia has been prepared or are being prepared. You know, and the second, I have another two. Yeah, the first is for Indonesia. The second is as Indonesia and also ASEAN bringing solar energy as the important renewable energy. It means that there is a huge market within ASEAN. Then we would like to have the industry in Indonesia. Malaysia has one, and I think Vietnam also is also processing with the industry supply chain on this. So the third is Indonesia is trying also to make the good contribution to the region in providing the sustainable energy or sustainable electricity in particular. So that the strategic issue of solar on the point of view of Indonesia as the chairman of the ASEAN.
Great. So the industry and also you mentioned about the target and the policies in Indonesia for implementing the solar energy. Maybe I would like to ask the opinion of Mr. Fabi. From what Mr. Dadan mentioned, actually in Indonesia and in the countries of ASEAN, we're facing almost maybe the same challenges. It's about the cost of the installations of the solar energy panels, and maybe even though the sources are renewable, but we didn't always get the sunlight the whole 24 hours because we still have day and night. But actually from the perspective of the ISC, how do you see that Indonesia is often called lagging in solar deployment due to a lot of barriers, maybe some what I've mentioned, and while other Southeast Asia countries has also shown some progress from what you observe?
Yes, thank you. We have to admit that compared to a number of ASEAN countries, Indonesia is still lagging in terms of solar development. And that's, I think, by design, because as a country that are resource rich, I mean, we are very rich with fossil energy. I mean, coal, oil, and natural gas. So if we look at our energy policy that's set since 1981, and later on national energy policies in 2014, the emphasis is to use indigenous resources, which fossil, right? And we have seen that government develop that and you can see that in terms of electricity. Now around 86% of our electricity come from fossil fuels. Coal is the number one, 65%, and natural gas, and now oil is getting less and less, but 87%, right? And one of the key barriers to develop solar in the past is actually the cost, right? Cost at the time, if you look at 10 years ago when we start develop, or 15 years ago when we starting with solar, at the time the cost of solar, the capital cost of solar is still very, very high. Right now, in the last 10 years, we have seen that globally solar cost has declined by 90%. And I've seen that similar trend in many Southeast Asia countries. But you can see that Indonesia is still, I mean, lagging because of, well, you can say because we have option for natural resources, unlike Singapore, unlike Malaysia, unlike other country who has very limited primary energy resources, fossil energy resources. But I've seen that the tide has changed, I mean, has turned. And we see that the progress that Indonesia made with our energy policy. For instance, in 2014 National Energy Policy, we have set a target, 23% of renewable energy, right? Which a solar part of that. And I think the government made a lot of effort to try to accelerate solar deployment. And if you look at the progress, it's quite, I have to say, we have to say that Indonesia is trying to catch. Before 2018, installing rooftop PV is illegal in Indonesia. By having the regulation, ministerial regulations that allow that, you can see that rooftop solar is flourishing 2019 onwards, that you see. But then we have COVID, right? And PLN having overcapacity because built a lot of coal. And right now, it become obstacle to install more PV because our 2018 ministerial regulation is based on net metering policy, which quite a success in number of countries, right? But we have our own challenging. But we see that, I think with the number of government policies right now, first is net zero emissions, that right now is the policy is being revised for national energy policy. The second, presidential regulation number 112, that set two things, a price on renewable electricity, right? And the second, which very, very important, also set the date for coal phase out, 2050. I think compared to other ASEAN countries, only Indonesia that currently has a target to that's saying that, well, we want to phase out coal by 2050. It is not easy task, but also challenging, and it's challenging, but also provide opportunity for renewable energy, in particular solar, to grow. Well, we have to deal in the short term, maybe in the next 1 or 2 years, dealing with overcapacities, but I do believe that a solar will take off. And recent agreement of Indonesia with G7 countries in Just Energy Transition Partnership also open the opportunities, actually. Well, the government will, I think, will publish the draft of comprehensive investment plan, how we are going to meet the JETP goal with the investment, $20 billion of promising investment. And I see that I see that solar has a lot, because when once we decide to close some of the old coal-fired power plant, we have to keep meeting our demand, and solar can provide a fastest generation because of its the nature of its technology to meet this demand. So now, today, it's, yeah, we are a bit in difficult situation, but I have my optimism that soon we will see solar growing in the fast pace.
Hopefully. And what's interesting from what you mentioned is that you mentioned that Indonesia is the only country, maybe in ASEAN, who sets the goal. Is that true, Mr. Christoph? But before you answer, I would like to ask Mr. Aditya. Mr. Aditya, are you still with us?
Yep.
Yes, Mr. Aditya, we have listened the explanations, answers from our three speakers, but I want to listen from your perspective. Maybe you could let us know what are the results, or maybe what are the results of the researches Amber has done about the positions or progress of the ASEAN member states in renewable energy and net zero targets, including also the deployment of solar energy. What are the key findings that Amber has found out?
Yeah. Thank you, Monica, and a very good morning again to everybody. Before I answer, let me start by saying that it is my firm belief that discussions on clean energy transition and energy security need to go hand in hand in today's day and age. And so I'm really happy to be invited to this discussion, and I'm happy to be a part of this conversation. So Monica, to talk about our findings, I think we need to understand what Amber actually does. Amber, basically, one of the things that Amber does is Amber tracks electricity transition globally, and all of our analysis is very much data-led and evidence-based. So I'll try and paint a picture of ASEAN power market. Mr. Fabi talked about Indonesia, so I'll try and kind of move away from Indonesia and talk a bit more about ASEAN in general with data, and hopefully I can give a bit of context for everybody's benefit, and hopefully it can benefit the discussion going forward. So in 2022, ASEAN generated, as a whole, ASEAN member states together generated about 27% of their electricity from clean energy sources. Much of it, obviously, is from hydro, whereas wind and solar constituted only 4% of the power mix. This is actually, if you think about it, it's actually slightly lower than the average for Africa, and it's well below the global average for wind and solar share in electricity mix, which stands at around 12%. Now, it's not all depressing news when it comes to solar and Southeast Asia. It's important to note that, like Mr. Fabi already mentioned, solar is going through kind of a takeoff phase in the Southeast Asian region. It went from 0.6% of the power mix to 3.1% of the power mix in the last 5 years. That is from 2017 to 2022. So in absolute terms, this roughly translates to about 32 terawatts of solar power increase annually in the last 5 years. Now, what's interesting about this is that 70% of this growth came as a direct result of Vietnam's solar boom in recent years. While Vietnam is now continuing to address like various solar and grid-related issues, it is worth noting that in 2022, solar generated more than 10% of Vietnam's electricity. This firmly puts Vietnam amongst the top solar generating countries if you go by electricity share in the world. And also Indonesia, I think Dr. Dadan and Mr. Fabi, they've talked about so many new initiatives and the cause for optimism in Indonesia as well. So all these examples, they kind of tell me that change is possible, especially in ASEAN region, and change is possible in a quick span of time as well. Maybe I'll stop at that and give it back to you, Monica.
Thank you, Mr. Aditya. And up next, I would like to listen to your answer about the question I just asked you about what Mr. Fabi mentioned. Indonesia is the only country in ASEAN that sets goals and targets on renewable energy, especially in solar energy. Is that correct? Coal phase out.
Coal phase out. Well, I think no contest there because we hardly have any coal in Singapore. So if we set a target to phase out coal, people would laugh at us. It's too easy, right? So we have to hand that one to you, Bobby. No problem. But the difference, I think, or many differences between Singapore and Indonesia, one of them is that our energy ministry has always remained quite technology neutral and said we do not want to distort electricity markets with subsidies. So it took quite a long time for solar to take off in Singapore because originally the costs were too high. Nobody was interested in paying the full price, and the industry was asking the government, can we have feed-in subsidies, feed-in tariffs like in Germany and Europe? They said no. But recently the price has come down so far and so quickly that there's no need for subsidies. And the private sector is installing solar. A lot of them like to say they're doing it for the planet, to be green. But if we're honest, why weren't they doing that 10 years ago? The reason is 10 years ago, it cost them too much. Now they do it to save money. Putting solar on your roof is a tremendously good investment. If you leave your money in the bank, you get 1-2% interest. You put on your roof, you're getting 15, 20, 25% IRR. So it's extremely attractive to put it on your roof, mainly because we have higher electricity prices, so therefore the solar is so much cheaper.
So what are the targets?
Sorry?
The targets.
The targets, we have them stated a different way. I mentioned them earlier. We want to achieve 1.5 gigawatts of solar by 2025, greater than 2 gigawatts by 2030, and I think 30% of our electricity from solar in the mid-2030s, 2035. Thank you. Yes.
Great. What about Indonesia, sir? Pak Dadan, what are the targets of the Indonesia to implement the solar energy as the main source of energy in Indonesia, in the country?
Yes, at least there are two targets. The first is coming from RUPTL of PLN. This is in the size of between 4 and 5 gigawatt up to 2030. But now I think PLN is working in the revising this kind of the RUPTL, but we will guarantee that renewable energy at least will be in the same number, at least. That will be the first one. The second is for the solar rooftop, Pak Fabi has mentioned. And I'm pleased also to announce that yesterday we pass 100 megawatt for the solar rooftop. Well, the number is not big, yeah, but it's not big. But it shows that their motivation, their spirit, and as well as also their opportunities for us. Yeah, we'll be soon to have the revised ministerial regulation on this. And we still put the target of the previous target of 3.6 gigawatt for solar rooftop are still in our target within the ministry. So in total, there will be something like between 8 to 9 of gigawatt in the size, yeah, in the country for the solar rooftop, for the solar implementation.
The target is there, the goal is there, but what are the actions already made or maybe planned to reach the target, sir?
Yes, I said already, the plan is RUPTL. This is the plan. You have time, please go to the PLN website and you will see there are a list of the project of solar, yeah, of solar. Of course, that they are still arguing between stakeholder and PLN in terms of the time of the procurement. But the project is there already. The project is there. Of those 4.5 gigawatt. And then the project of 3.6 gigawatt. This is solar rooftop. We don't have such list because this is the program, this is the initiative coming from the stakeholders. The government, what is actually the action coming from the government? The government prepared the regulation. We did already. But then, well, there are some challenges in terms of implementation. So now we are revising this regulation. Yeah, and I think within this month we can finalize that kind of the regulation, yeah, of the revised solar rooftop coming from the ministry. So this is actually the action from outside.
Okay, so right now the government is pushing on to the solar energy implementation, but what about implementing the solar energy not only in the governmental area or the large buildings or in the infrastructures that's handled by the government, but also pushing the private sectors and the people to also implement the solar energy. Is it possible, Fabi?
Yes, this is possible, as Pak Dadan also mentioned, and I mentioned that we have regulations that allow rooftop PV. And rooftop PV is not only large size, right? I mean, for industry, but also household, small buildings. And we have seen that it's actually growing since 2019. Well, if you look at the growth in terms of percentage, it's quite high. But of course, there's a number of challenge for small-scale rooftop PV, especially for household. There's a couple of them. First is that because of the business model, the homeowner should pay the capital upfront, which now around, I think for the normal size, 2 to 3 kilowatt peak each house, it costs you around 30 to 40 million, right? So if you look at the average household income, paying upfront costs that much is not easy, right, for most of the Indonesians. So I mean, we see that there's progress, but now concentrated on upper class households, right? They can install 5, even 10 kilowatt peak because they see benefit as well. And these people doesn't have problem in, pay 100 million, 200 million upfront. I also see that we see that the trend that now a couple of buildings, government buildings, they also install PV, and it's part of the requirements, I think, put by presidential regulation 22/2017, right? That government build minimal 30% of rooftop coverage of government building must be installed by solar rooftop. Of course, it also has another problem, because if it is government building, then it has to use government money, and you have to look at, you have to wait for this budget cycle. But we see that a number of government, local government now install this. The other segment which we also see growing is actually off-grid application in the mining sector, which replace a diesel. And in particular, in the last 2 years, because of oil price very, very expensive, these mining companies opt to build solar PV, ground-mounted solar PV in the size of 1 to 5 megawatt to replace diesel generators in their remote operation, because there is no grid there, right? So if they rely on diesel, it will be very, very expensive. So they see that it is actually cheaper to build a solar, and they will be there for like 10 years, and I think the investment can be recouped after that. So this is all the segment which currently we have not yet explored, but in ISC member, we know some of our member has start also moving toward that. I mean, and I think we have to find right business models.
So overall, it's actually cheaper, but the challenge is that we need to pay upfront. It costs a lot for a small scale, but we hope to see that we could apply this solar energy in the household. Or is there anyone here whose house are already supported by the solar energy? Please raise your hand. Oh, not yet. Oh, really? Oh, that's great. Okay, hopefully we will see it on the next summit or expo. We could see everyone raising their hands. Because back in my hometown in Manado, I'm from North Sulawesi, I have never seen any house with a solar energy source. But I saw infrastructures like the street lights are solar energy based. So maybe, Pak Dadan, are there any policies or regulations from the government to help push this implementation of the solar energy, not only in the government, but also the private sectors or maybe the households? Maybe the government could subsidize the cost, the upfront cost to install the PV, or are there any other plans?
Yes, I think all agree probably that solar does not need subsidy. Yeah, economically it's much more cheaper, even with coal. Yeah, even with coal, it's already much more cheaper on this. The thing that we are thinking to have, we are considering, and also we are preparing some activities, program, as Fabi mentioned. At least I will mention 3. The first, we are supporting the implementation of solar in terms of the commercial other than PLN. Yeah, other than PLN. We will see the first commercial project, I think, in the size of something like 12 megawatt in Banten. This is in the scheme of the WILUS, Wilayah Usaha, as also with PLN, because here in the country we have 56 Wilayah Usaha. So they can do the business by themselves. And the first one is now happening in Banten. The second is, as Pak Pebi mentioned, and this is also growing, to go to the off-grid implementation. Well, we have the off-grid, but the size of 100 watt, 100 kilowatt, this is done by government, but this is in the size of megawatt. Yeah. Or even we can go to the size of gigawatt. Say, for example, the first one is in mining in Aman. Aman, 26 megawatt. This is the largest one so far. Yeah. And almost the similar number also with the Rokan, owned by Pertamina. This is also on the size of 20 megawatt, and we'll see that size in other places, I think, very soon. Say, for example, within the JP, we are trying to go to the smelting industries because they have already in operation of the 1,000 megawatt of coal. Is there any possibility for us just to substitute in that size? In that size mean in the size of hundreds megawatt, yeah, during the day. Because if we go with battery, then the issue of economic is still the challenge, yeah. Why don't we go on that part to stop or to substitute in the very specific time, say for example 10 to 12, 4 hours. 4 hours is something like 15% of the emission reduction. And the last one is as the spirit of ASEAN, the interconnectivity. Yeah, we can, Indonesia can support also the sustainable energy to other regions. We are working with Singapore, for example. We are trying also to open the connectivity with Malaysia in particular, for example, because this is also the mainstream of the ASEAN working together on that part. So at least there are 3 additional possibilities in addition to PLN and also in addition to solar rooftop. Yeah.
Great. Mr. Christoph, is there any response from you about the interconnectivity?
I think the interconnectivity is extremely important. We see that in Europe, for example, where there are times of the year that solar and wind produce more electricity in Germany than Germany can consume. So you have a choice there of either curtailing the plants or seeing can they export that surplus to neighboring countries. And the way now that all of Europe is interconnected means that you're no longer looking at your own national grid. It's something which ASEAN has been talking about for a long time. It's much more challenging to interconnect because of the island nation of Indonesia, of Philippines, of Singapore, Malaysia. So it means connecting subsea cables rather than overland. But if we get an interconnected grid, then that will reduce the quantities of battery storage that we need and greatly enhance the opportunity to, for example, put solar on Indonesian islands, export that to Singapore, to Malaysia, to Philippines. So we need it, yes.
Great. So we have listened the implementation of the solar energy from Indonesia in the private sectors and in the government. What about in Singapore? How are the people of Singapore support the implementation of the solar energy itself? Or is the government still planning and pushing the private sectors in Singapore to implement the solar energy?
I think it started with the government sector. About 10, 15 years ago, they led by example, mandating government buildings to put solar on because it was not yet commercially viable. But now the initiative is definitely in the private sector. There's also some government business and tenders, but the main business, I'd say about 70% is driven by the private sector because it makes commercial sense, so the private sector will do it. And what the government's role is then reduced to enabling. So making sure you remove the legislative and regulatory barriers.
That's great. So 70% of the solar energy usage is from the private sectors?
Of the installations, yes. And that's on private households and especially on industry buildings. And pretty much every new building which goes up, it used to be a question of, well, do you put solar on, yes or no? Now, if you don't, people will look at you and ask, are you crazy? Why aren't you putting solar on your roof? So the architects designed the buildings with solar in mind because it becomes common sense.
Wow, this is what's amazing from this discussion. The Indonesia could learn from Singapore, and Singapore also could learn and gain knowledge from Indonesia. So maybe Indonesia could try to take what Singapore has done as an example, because they have 70% from the private sectors, and if there are any households with no solar energy resource implementation, people will ask why. But in Indonesia, we can't really implement that yet.
Yeah, again, I think in the context of Indonesia, the barrier is the cost, right? And it's a very different. Singapore GDP is like 70,000 US dollar per capita compared to Indonesia, which quite. I mean, I think we are now around like 4,500 per capita. So I mean, that's make a very different, a stark contrast. But we can learn from other country how we develop the market, because I think that's through a number of initiatives that I mentioned. Right? We have to grow the market. Therefore, the cost of acquiring solar become cheaper, and I think that's many countries has done through different initiative. So now Indonesia market potentially high, but it's still low, right? So that's why the cost of installing solar is still high. But if we can see that this market growing and the demands growing, there's more competition. There are less barrier to entry, and then we can see the solar cost decline, and more people can afford to put solar, well, rooftop solar for instance, because now we can see that solar is actually very competitive, right? Levelized cost of electricity, kilowatt per kilowatt, solar is the cheapest, and even in Indonesia compared to coal, the upcoming Cirata floating PV, the largest in Southeast Asia, 145 megawatt, which going to be online hopefully by end of October or November this year. It's cost around 5.8 cent per kilowatt hour, right? That's for Cirata. But of course, solar has limitation unless we combine that with storage, right? And that makes it a bit costlier, because storage cost is still costly. But we see that all the technology costs going down. And I think our focus now, as the government focus, is to accelerate the market for a solar technology to be deployed fastly. And we can see the economic change, right? And then more people can afford, something like that.
Okay, so one more last question from me before I give the session for the question and answer session for the audience to Mr. Aditya. Mr. Aditya, we have listened to the barriers, the challenges, but from your research, from your perspective, what kind of cross-border cooperation we could actually promote strategically to advance the progress between the ASEAN countries?
Yeah, thank you, Monica. And I think some of it has actually been answered by panelists right now. So so first of all, we need to kind of create an environment where private investment needs to kind of start flowing in. And one of the advantages of having an ASEAN kind of a framework where you can have a cross-border cooperation is that you can also kind of achieve scale. So whenever a technology hits economies of scale, the prices also fall down even further, and on top of it, the supply chains also kind of get built. So I think that's one of the things that needs to be focused on. I'd say that ASEAN member states are already uniquely positioned to tap into solar resource. One of the key challenges with solar, which gets covered extensively, is also from a technical point of view, is its intermittent nature. And I think Mr. Fabi also touched upon the need for storage and in countries like Indonesia as well. So while ramping up solar capacity, sufficient flexibility needs to be built within the system to deal with the variable nature of the solar. Also, in our archipelagic terrain, like in Southeast Asia, effective asset utilization and optimizing grid infrastructure are additional challenges. In such a setting, cross-border cooperation and multilateral power trading can unlock some new and exciting options for transition. So yeah, in my opinion, I think the way ASEAN is set up is already a very good start. And then there are regional initiatives like ASEAN Power Grid or LTMS or BIMP. All these help in addressing some of these issues that I've outlined. And they all contribute to improving the system stability side of the things. So the fundamentals are already there. So the need of the hour right now is to actually ramp up the solar and storage installed capacity numbers in the next decade and two. And then on top of that, you try and engender a market which can lead to larger deployment scales. So building ASEAN-wide solar ecosystem can actually create win-win opportunities for all the member countries. Also, a bit on private investment, because we've spoken a lot about private investment. I just wanted to give you a sense of what is actually happening beyond ASEAN as well. Right now, there is a rapidly growing momentum, especially for solar uptake, all around the world. And it is not just coming from rich or developed countries, by the way. Even Asian neighbors like China and developing countries like India are betting heavily on solar. If you actually look at their power sector plans, you'll see that their solar targets are massive, and it's already sending a positive signal to markets. So, and private investment is starting to flow into solar power projects like never before. So, yeah, and countries are also starting to push for solar fuel economic growth. All this is happening now. So, solar is no longer a fuel for the future. It is actually a fuel for the present in most parts of the world. And strategically, it makes a lot of sense for countries across the world, and most certainly in Southeast Asia, to actually build a solar power ecosystem, and that will kind of unlock private investment even more. I really think the time has now finally come to unleash the massive solar potential that the region actually has.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Aditya. And now, is there any questions from the audience for the question and answer session? I will limit it to 2 questions only. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Any questions for any of the speakers? Or is it already very clear? If the sessions is clear enough, may I hear your applause here? Okay, that's great, because we have limited of time, so we can't ask more questions, gentlemen. But of course, we hope that later on we could see the implementations of the solar energy not only in the governmental sector in Indonesia, but also in the private sectors, in the households, just like in Singapore, just like what Mr. Christoph mentioned before. And hopefully next year or in the next expo or solar energy expo, I could see everyone here raising your hands when I ask who has already installed the PV or the panels, solar energy panels in their house. Do you agree with me? Oh, there is one question? Okay. Oh no, you agree with what Oh, you will ask. Okay, please.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Yani. Pak Dadan, I have one solid question actually. What sort of attractive policy that the government now is preparing to be able to push forward the deployment of not just PV solar, but also other renewable resources? Thank you, Pak. Only one question.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, may we know your name?
My name is Yani.
Okay. So, Mr. Dadan, the time is yours. Please make it short because we have limited of time.
Terima kasih. Waktu, because I have many things I have to ask is very attractive in terms of the implementation. Yeah, the first I said already in terms of the solar rooftop. The second is to me, probably to us also, the government regulation in terms of tariff for renewable energy is one of the solution. Yeah, of course there are still arguments coming from the stakeholders. Yes, government put the tariff, but still this is the cap. Then we need to discuss with PLN. Wherefore, I think the discussion is good, you see, to have the solution. But as long as the tariff is not reaching that cap, then the process within the government will be very much easy. You don't need to have the approval from the minister, because sometimes this is also taking time, taking the discussion, in some cases, we need to do another calculation in terms of the feasibility of the project. Yeah. So by having that one, I think that will be much more easier for stakeholders to finalize the project. The second is in combination. Yeah, this is not one thing between carbon trading and also carbon tax, and also between cap and tax. It has to go, I think, in one single regulation. Those are not being prepared separately. We have the carbon tax already in our law. Now there is preparation in terms of mechanism of carbon trading. Then we have also cap and trade within the Ministry of Energy, prepared separately by the ministerial regulation. I think we have to come up with the how then to connect this. You see, say for example, if the carbon tax is 30,000 per kilogram, I think all of us will pay the tax, not to go to how to do the reduction of the emission. No, I'm going to pay if the price is $2, is the price of $3, say for example. So then we have to combine to optimize that kind of those correlated regulation to have two things together. Improving the renewable energy or clean energy, and also reducing the emission reduction on that part. I think I will stop on this. Yeah, we can continue later on. Yeah.
Yes, so the answer also closes the first panel session today. Please give another round of applause to our speakers. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And back to you, Amsim, Mbak Arleta.
I guess not. Okay. Thank you, Monica, and thank you for the speakers. And as a token of appreciation, we would like to present you with a nice certificate right here that will be presented by our lovely moderator to all of our speakers. Ushers. Monica, would you please kindly present this certificate to our speakers as a token of appreciation for their time, and of course for them to give us insights on our discussion for today on the solar diplomacy table. We have one more to present, Monica. Yes, there are 3. All certificate has been framed and signed, of course. Okay. And before our panelists leave the stage with our lovely moderator, of course, there should be a photo session. Thank you so much once again. Thank you so much all to our speakers and our moderator, our lovely moderator, Monica Francisca Conado, Miss Earth Indonesia 2020. Now, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We still have many interesting topics to share with you. And after this solar diplomacy table, before our lunch session begins, we still have a product presentation from PT Surya Energi Indotama. Now this product presentation will be presented by Ridwan Kurnia STMAB. He's the Senior Executive General Manager for Sales, Marketing, and Business Development. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ridwan Kurnia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Honorable guests from representative of ministries, Pak Dadan Kusdiana and Pak Taufik Bawazir. Honorable guests from associates of directors, Pak Andika and Pak Fabi Tumiwa. Honorable guests from the countries, neighboring countries, and from the other partners. Honor for me to have here representing my company to present some materials of the brief information regarding my company. So PT Surya Energi Indotama was established on 2007 and taken over as a subsidiary of PT Land Industry as a state-owned enterprise in Indonesia. So we are a pioneer company in terms of the new renewable energy in Indonesia. And our ownership is 90% by PT Land Industri Persero, and now it's becoming a defined ID holding industry, just like the illustration at the right slide. And the other 10% is owned by the other subsidiary company of PT Land Industry, which is PT Eltran Indonesia. Our vision is to become a trusted total solution leader in terms of the new renewable energy and energy conservation in Indonesia, to fulfill the users' needs. And the reason why we are here is to improve the stakeholders' welfare by delivering the solution regarding the new renewable energy and energy conservation that is also competitive, innovative, and also efficient. And its utilization can also be carried out everywhere, anywhere, and by anybody. So we have also the corporate culture that derived from the state-owned enterprise as an akhlak, maybe for Indonesia. Derivation from the English is trusted, competent, and harmonic, loyal, adaptive, and also collaborative. We have several business transformation since the beginning of our implementation as an EPC company as 2009, and until now the EPC company is going strengthened by us, and the next step is 2016. We strengthen the business of EPC, and also we are start to enter the market of investment and also the operation and maintenance for the solar power. And at 2018 we are trying to enter the solar residential solution in Indonesia. So we are trying to keep this market, as mentioned earlier on the discussion before, that Indonesia has a unique and distinctive market, not only in terms of the regulation, but also in terms of the geographically and how the area of entry to the market itself. And at 2021, we we are being appointed by our holding regarding the manufacturing facilities that has a capacity at up to 72 megawatt per year, and it's still not enough to also fully support the government goals regarding the net zero emission, but hopefully this can fulfill the demands of the market regarding the local content product for the solar panel. Our experience is installing the PV system solution spread out across the nation, from north to south and western to eastern Indonesia. For now, the total capacity installed up to 60 megawatt peaks consists of many solutions for PV, on-grid, off-grid, hybrid, power street lights, and also for residential area that's surrounding the Indonesian countries. And we have more than 50 expert staffs consist of the engineers and also the technicians. And in total, more than 15 years experience of installing and deployment of the PV solution through the Indonesia, and which approximately more than 1,000 projects coming from government, private sectors, and also for the residential area. These are our service and capabilities that we can deliver, starting from the EPC solution, from the design, engineering, procurement, and also construct any kind of solution, PV, ground-mounted, hybrid, off-grid, etc. And also for the energy financing and investment, including the most recent one that also the government persuade us to have a collaboration in terms of the public-private partnership, or maybe in Indonesia we can call KPBU. The other one is operation and maintenance. We also able to deliver the operation and maintenance itself, or included in the other contract. So maybe in the developer contract, the EPC contract, or maybe the independent operation and maintenance only. And the other one is energy conservation, retailship, and also training. These are our products diversification. And for info, we are also available at the front booth, in front of the entry door. Very welcome to have you there and having discussion further regarding the solution that we can fulfill each other and collaboration in the market. So we can install the products in many typical of site, ground-mounted, rooftop, in terms of the hybrid system, off-grid or on-grid, or solar street light, and for residential area, and so on. As mentioned earlier, that we are committed to deliver the total solution. Various solutions also offered, starting from the solution for food security, to fisheries, agriculture, and also for the clean water system. As our commitment to provide the sustainable competitive advantage, we also fulfill our internal capabilities by strengthening our human capital. So more than 50 our employees are coming from the technical side, just like shown here, and we keep strengthening them with the certified engineers. We have been recognized and awarded by the international award in terms of the project completion with zero accidents, and some of them also awarded by the international award, especially for the Solar Power Portal Award at 2018 at British. We are not only committed to deliver the sustainable energy, but we also commit to make a sustained performance. And it's reflected on the sustainable financial performance, especially on 2021. when we reach more than 1 trillion contract rupiah, which also we can collect a 3-digit billion profit in rupiah. So this is a homework for us to be able to sustain in the market, and we can still deliver the solution to grab and fulfill the goals of net zero emission in the future. These are some portfolio of the project that we had 2015. IPP Kupang, maybe the one largest ground mounted right there at the recent year. And then 2022 at Nusa Penida, one of the most challenging project that we had because the ground is not that flat, so we have to do extraordinary effort in terms of the installation and project execution. And the other one is a project rooftop mix on-grid and off-grid. And these are some of the residential and public spot area installation of the project. And one of the most interesting installation is at oil platform, oil and gas, so and also floating installation. As our commitment to maintain our quality of service in terms of the project and delivering our products, we also keep monitor our SLA on our network monitoring system at our NOC at Bandung. So we had an NOC right there, and it's 24 hours. We also have a program of corporate social responsibility because the long-term sustainability of the company is not only the business itself, but also it has to be exist to support the environment surrounding the business itself. So we have 4 main pillars of CSR, social education, technology and environment, and also for art culture. To support and increase the index happiness of employee, we have a corporate engagement program. So we create some environment that support our employee to keep motivating and keep productive. We have also some supporting facilities, just like gym, meeting session, playroom and lounge, and so many others, including the coffee machine. And these are lists of our client and partners, including there is government regulation, regulator, as also government project, project owners, investment partners, private sectors, state-owned enterprises, developers, and also product manufacturers. And hopefully in the future we can collaborate more to create more green energy for our green, bright future for our better world. Thank you. Maybe we can share furthermore and have a further discussion regarding to the solution. And please come and join our booth right there. And thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Bapak Ridwan Kurnia, ladies and gentlemen, from PT Surya Energi Indotama. For further questions or collaboration, maybe you can meet up for him during lunch and talk furthermore about anything that he has presented to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next program is a talk show about ASEAN +3 solar leadership with main topic of discussion, which is fostering collaboration and driving innovations to boost solar deployment and industry. And the lovely lady who will be moderating this session is Marlistia Citraningrum from Solar Energy Association. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause, a warm welcome for Marlistia Citraningrum.
All right, good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here with you. I will be moderating this session, ASEAN +3 Solar Leadership. So just to give you a brief background of the session itself, on the solar diplomacy table, we have talked about how Indonesia is progressing towards solar development, how other countries have also made their own pledges and progress for solar energy and policy as well. And today I would like to talk with several ASEAN member states and also the +3, the Japan, China, and Korea. And today we will have a panelist from South Korea and China joining with us virtually online. And we will ask them on how to foster collaboration between ASEAN +3 countries to promote more solar energy development within the region, Southeast Asia, but also across the +3 countries. It is my pleasure today to invite to the stage our ASEAN panelists. The first one is Mr. Kamarazzaman Mohammed Bakri, Senior Director, Green Growth Group, Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Corporation. Mr. Bakri, please come onto stage. Good morning. Please sit down, sir. What should I call you anyway? Kamar, okay, Mr. Kamar, that's easier to say. And I would also like to invite Dr. Aloysius Joko Purwanto, energy economist from the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Dr. Joko, please come onto stage. Good morning, sir. Joining us virtually from China is Lin Qi, Program Director, Global Environmental Institute, one of our esteemed colleague in China. Good morning, Lin. All right, we'll call her later on. And we also have Dr. Il-Yun Cho, Research Fellow from the Korea Energy Economics Institute. Good afternoon, Dr. Cho. All right, anyone can bring Dr. Cho and also Lin onto the screen so we can say hi to them. Okay, I think I see Dr. Cho. Good afternoon, Dr. Cho and Lin from Global Environmental Institute.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, I hope you can see my face. I cannot see your face.
Yep.
Okay, good.
I can see you. And
thank you. So I think before we start the panel, it is important to understand that renewable energy development has become a lot of priorities for each ASEAN countries, but also every other countries in the world, not only because of climate crisis, but also the rise of the energy security problem. Everyone wants to get their own energy, especially with clean and sustainable energy. And I think last year with the global energy crisis and the war going on, everyone is having their agenda on how to promote more energy security within their own country. But today I would like to talk about more cooperation and collaboration, especially from the advanced economies such as South Korea and also China and also our neighboring country Malaysia, who has been so much ahead compared to Indonesia, I would say. So I would like to start with Mr. Kamar first. You're coming from this is quite long agency, right? Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Corporation. Could you tell the audience what is MGTC and why it is so important to have this agency in Malaysia itself, sir?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Kamarazzaman from Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Corporation. It is an agency, implementing agency under the Ministry of Environment, Energy and Climate Change. Our role is actually as the implementing agency and as a catalyst to drive green technology as well as the implementation at the subnational level on climate change related issues and policies. So basically an implementing agency being the catalyst for the government to drive green technology and climate change. If you want to relate to our role, we have a lot of initiatives that have been tasked to us to implement throughout the country. Basically, as a short explanation about our agency.
Do you have a special projects or priorities over solar energy in Malaysia?
Okay, basically, when we talk about solar energy, it falls at one of the criteria, one of the sector that we are implementing under the Green Technology Master Plan that was introduced back in 2009. There is 6 main sectors that being emphasized as far as green technology is concerned. One is energy, waste, water, building, transport, and manufacturing. When we talk about the first one, energy, it divided into 2. One is renewable energy and energy efficiency. And then a subcategory under renewable energy, we have 4 that's being spelled out in our Renewable Energy Act that was introduced in 2011. One of it is solar, biogas, biomass, and mini hydro. These are 4 main renewable energy that being given focus by Malaysian government, basically.
Okay, that's very nice. I mean, Malaysia has had several big solar auctions in the country, and it has been solar auctions, big solar auctions, several, the LSA, and has been quite successful in attracting low-cost solar energy projects there. What are the recipe for that, and how can we copy in a way?
Okay, basically the first batch of solar project that was introduced in Malaysia. Basically, it was not under the, it was introduced under the feed-in tariff program. And then the scheme have actually changed. Government actually no longer allowing feed-in tariff. They have actually introduced a quota scheme. So it was introduced, the first batch, I'm not mistaken, 1,250 megawatt of large-scale solar that we introduced. And then subsequently, there is a few more other phases that be introduced. But as far as solar is concerned, it started with feed-in tariff. Now it is based on bidding. Company have to come and bid for the size. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I believe that feed-in tariff has been quite successful measures to promote renewable energy development at the early stage, but then it has to be complemented or adjusted with other schemes such as quota or even the bidding to get the lowest cost possible. So thank you for sharing Malaysian experience. I would like to move to Dr. Joko from AREA. I think AREA has been doing a lot of analysis on how Southeast Asian countries as well could foster more economic growth, but using sustainable energy. How do you see the performance of ASEAN countries so far, and how could we reach out to advanced economies, our +3 countries, to foster more investment and collaboration?
Thank you so much, Ms. Marlistia. So yeah, I think like in ASEAN countries, we have a lot of experiences that we can share and we can exchange among us. And like countries in ASEAN like Indonesia, Vietnam, the Philippines, for example, we can learn from ourselves like a lot of success stories, but also
not so successful stories.
Sad stories as well. I mean, like in our attempt to promote renewable energy in the most affordable ways, so that yeah, we can see a lot of things like, and we can share a lot of things. I think this is like the low-hanging fruit way to get there is to open and to have a continuous and regular dialogue among ASEAN and also ASEAN +3, of course. And for example, like our main challenge is to find how we can develop or elaborate a sustainable pricing mechanism to allow solar PV or other renewable electricity to penetrate. Yeah, I mean, we have seen like experience of Indonesia that we have changed regimes quite several times, like between...
Too much.
I don't know if that's too many or not, like between 2013, 2017, Indonesia were in a FIT regime. But unfortunately, at that time, several analysts, also stakeholders, shared with us that at that time, the metrics of or the scheme of FIT was too complex. I mean, like it included the quota and then the regions as well as the local content. and then we changed to capping of the maximum purchase price. Previously, before 2022, it was based on the last year production cost of electricity average, so that the renewable was not able to compete. And then now we are under other regime, which was also based on kind of arbitrarily set a maximum price. And then from Vietnam, we learned a lot about the success story on their FIT, but also about their failure to absorb the very fast growth of solar PV development to the grid. And then from the Philippines, we also learned that, for example, the growth of renewable base, under their feed-in tariff scheme, was not accompanied by other accompanying policy measures to slow down the development of coal, because during the period of FIT in the Philippines, renewable were developed quite good, but still coal was faster. So that at the end, the development of coal kind of neutralizing the growth of renewable. But at some point, we need to open our discussion with the +3, where they are more advanced, and we need to learn from them. But we can learn, of course, ASEAN should do ASEAN ways, so that we'll need to learn how other countries were able to do that, and then also from their failure. But with the +3 countries, I would like to suggest that ASEAN countries take into account or take into advantage the RCEP, for example, how to reduce the bilateral cost rate, especially in the import or export of the solar panels and modules and components. And then we need also to open the possibility of the more advanced country to use, to develop ASEAN domestic solar PV. Yeah, and then not only to develop our domestic industry for PV, but also solar PV, but also to open the possibility to open on the ASEAN countries as the base or production base for the overseas export production from the 3 countries. I think that's all.
I like that, to make the Southeast Asia as solar energy hub. And I think not only in terms of installation, but also production hub. And so we can supply also countries globally with a lot of solar components. And later on, I would like to ask Mr. Kamar about how a lot of foreign companies has also set up solar manufacturing investment in Malaysia. But now I would like to take the questions to our colleague, Dr. Cho from South Korea, because Dr. Joko from area mentioned that it is very important for ASEAN countries to reach out to our +3 countries and colleagues. One of them is South Korea. So do you think that recipes or successes implemented in the South Korea could be transferred into Southeast Asia, and in what ways, what kind of priorities that we should set up to learn more about solar deployment in South Korea? Please, Dr. Cho.
Hi, yeah. Can you hear loud and clear there? Okay.
Yes, I think I would like the committee to raise up the voices of Dr. Cho a little bit.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Malaysia. Can you hear?
Yes, it's great.
Okay, good. Yeah. You mentioned about the key recipe. I think that the simple answer is how government is determined to deploy the PV. Let me explain the Korean policies first. The main policies in Korea is FIT and RPS. In 2002, we introduced FIT, and it played a role in shaping the early stage of market. But at that time, budget was not enough. And because of budget constraints, we changed to RPS in 2012, that is 10 years ago. Simply in RPS, so power generation companies, they have to meet their certain level of renewable resources. So they are mandating to producing renewable resources. In 2017, there was a big change. former President Moon Jae-in, when he became a president, he declared that there will be no longer built nuclear power plants and filled with solar PV and wind. And FIT, that was abolished in 10 years, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, they revived FIT for smaller scale PV that is very, very favorable to small scale PV. Now, the PV industry is facing a headwind. The current administration that has changed last year, they are pushing nuclear power and criticizing the excessive subsidy to PV sector. Here, I want to emphasize how important the will of government. In the early stage of PV, the market is not well formed, so price might not be high, might not be competitive. Especially in Asian countries like Indonesia and Korea, it is hard to find a suitable place. So price cannot be dramatically lowered. So depending on which government, which policies, certain governments, they have a lot of budget and executed it. Some certain governments could be criticized, giving subsidies, and the policy are keep changing. So the ideal case might be deploying PV with a price competitive way, but in Korea we failed to do that, and now we are struggling to lower the price, expanding the option. But considering the cost at first, we could not be able to develop a solar industry as of now. So I think the most important thing is not the FIT or RPS or auction like that, how government is willing to deploy and how much they set a budget and execute that budget. That is the most important thing. Yeah.
Okay, so do you think that the government of South Korea has a very significant role in, forcing, in a way, a lot of stakeholders to come into line and set the target for solar energy and renewable energy development, including with incentives and financing scheme that you mentioned?
Yes, Korean government, depend on which government. In the previous government, they give a lot of incentives to the smaller scale PV, but current government is not giving that kind of incentive as of now, so policy is not consistent. But the point is, there are many tools. We subsidize smaller scale PV. We subsidize upfront cost. We have a lot of tools, but depending on which government, some government spend a lot of money on that project, but depending on different governments, they reduce the budget. So the government will is the most important thing. Yeah.
All right, so I'd like to address the solar industry development in South Korea. What do you think the progress so far? I mean, with the solar installation, let's say that it's great there, but what about the solar industry or the whole solar supply chain within the country?
We have very strong solar supply chain. We have very big companies and solar manufacturing companies, and because of that, we can easily produce the modules, and we have good developers, so we can easily expand the solar PV. Every year we deploy roughly 4 gigawatts of PV. Yeah. But the problem is, every year we are using we deploy the most favorable places. Yeah. And it becomes harder and harder to find a good place to deploy the PV. So I believe from now on the speed of deploying the PV might be lowered. That's my expectation.
All right, or maybe you'll look into Southeast Asian countries as well for South Korean companies to move the operation or facilities and to build Southeast Asian countries as one of the solar supply chain hub. We'll talk about that later on, about how South Korea can also transfer the experience and invest in Southeast Asia in a way. I would like to move to Ms. Lin Ji from Global Environmental Institute of China. This is one of a good colleague of mine as well. I think if we talk about solar energy, it's almost, people always think that China is the leader in the solar energy, not only for development, but also the whole solar industry. So how do you see this, and what are the experience of China in developing solar energy this fast, and also the industry itself?
Yes, Sifra. I think now China is the biggest manufacturer and also exporter of solar panels and cells and modules in the world. And this is actually happening, I guess, in less than 20 years since the 21st century. I guess it all starts, similar to the South Korean experiences. This is largely dependent on the government subsidies and feed-in tariff policies to support the industry development. But also, like in the beginning, in about 2001 to 2009, it is actually the government push to achieve China's national universal electric access in western part of China, because at that time, western part of China, like Tibet and Sichuan, some part of the Sichuan province, there are a lot of mountainous areas, and the national grid cannot be able to reach to these areas. So the government is aiming at developing solar industries to support the electricity access projects in these areas. And then the China solar industry gradually becomes the biggest cell and module producers in the world. But at that time, it's about 2010. At that time, the competition is comparatively low, because mainly the industry is dependent on the low cost of the labor in China, and it is very difficult to actually gain the main benefits from the whole supply chain. And at that time, the unit electricity cost still cannot take an advantage compared to the coal power generation in China as well. So the industry is mainly at that time largely dependent on the industry development policies and subsidies from the government. We have some numbers. So at that time, a solar plant can actually get about 50% to 70% of its total investment as government subsidies to develop in China. So there's a very huge investment from the government to support industry development. And also these sort of government incentives at that time actually stimulates research and development of some of the solar industry companies, which actually contribute to the technology advancement gradually of China in the world as well. And then in the last 10 years, the government subsidies actually gradually reduced, because in the one time we have a sort of lower cost of solar generation in China as well. Now the usual cost of solar panels is about 3 cents USD in China, which is pretty competitive compared to the coal power generation costs. And then also the government actually have a stop subsidies of solar power in 2018. This is a pretty big policy shift in China at that time, and resulted in about a closure of 600 solar companies in China. So it's sort of a restructure of the solar industry in the country. But the policy also actually resulted in China having produced a couple of leading solar companies in the world, like LONGi and some of other solar companies. They are now actually leading the whole supply chain of solar manufacturing in the world. So in the meantime, I guess it's also pretty important to notice about the government's domestic market demand of solar power. because of the carbon reduction and also the NDC targets of China. So the government has made a target of reaching 1,200 gigawatts of solar and wind power generation by 2030, which the number currently is about 800 gigawatts. So it's pretty ambitious targets, and the industry has actually foreseen a very big development in the following years. So I guess these all contributed to the rapid development of solar industry in China.
Okay, I'm going to ask the chicken and egg problem. You know, sometimes we talk about developing solar industry in a country, then the question is how many demands are there to be the absorber or the market for the solar industry. And I think China has that kind of support given to R&D and also a lot of subsidies to promote the solar industry, to make the prices very competitive, and then at the same time also fulfilling the market within the country. But I don't think a Southeast Asian country can actually copy that. So how do you see this chicken and egg problem applied to Southeast Asian countries?
Yeah, I think there can be two approaches. The first one is that actually similar to some of the Southeast Asia countries, the solar industry development in China actually starts from production of cells and modules, which is not that technology advanced and you know, R&D concentrated. And then gradually, once you acquire all these more importance in the supply chain, getting more resources and generate the domestic market, the whole supply chain will be gradually shifted to the country or to the producer base. So I guess maybe you can make a start, because I've already seen that some of the Chinese solar companies has been investing in Southeast Asia countries like Thailand and Vietnam to make industries and factories to manufacture some of these solar components. And so maybe further based on these sort of initial steps, we can further explore the development of supply chain production in the country as well. And I guess secondly is also, again, to actually explore the development of domestic markets. As the case in Indonesia, we did have a research with IESR, and there are huge potential actually of solar installation in the country. I mean, they can be found in rooftop solars, as some of the panelists previously mentioned. And also, I guess in China, there are different experiences, because although in China, there are a lot of big solar bases in western part, because they are sort of not like habitat concentrated areas, and there are a lot of desert, etc. So we have like this like sort of big solar base, but also the more push is actually currently at rural areas, and the government has been pushing a lot about the models to combine like household rooftop solar or like aquaculture development together with solar panel development. So these sort of distributed solar solutions can actually develop more solar powers with less land acquisition and land issues, and maybe generate additional, social benefits in these sort of models. So maybe we can explore more of these sort of approaches to generate more demands and markets in Southeast Asia countries, so that the solar industry can boost.
All right. Later on in the afternoon session, we'll also talk about solar demand creation, which is exactly what Lynn previously mentioned, about how solar energy could be beneficial, especially for rural electrification, decentralized energy access. And Indonesia right now is also currently talking about de-dieselization program, which is to replace decentralized diesel generator with solar energy and battery. So hopefully that will be also one of the key market to promote further growth in solar industry in Indonesia. I would like to open the room for questions. If you have a questions, you can always ask. Please raise your hand. And I also would like to ask participants in the Zoom room to also leave your question on the chat box, and I will read it later to our panelists here. Right now, I'll come back to Mr. Kamar because previously I mentioned about solar industry in Malaysia. So I know that several Chinese solar company has opened their operational manufacturing facilities in Malaysia, and I think it's also a good step for technology transfer. But how do you see domestic solar industry in Malaysia could grow with this progress so far?
Okay, thank you so much. As far as foreign direct investment that come into Malaysia, the first solar manufacturing plant that was set up in Malaysia with the support of Malaysian government by giving a pioneer status. When they talk about pioneer status, which means 100% of their expenses, there's no requirement for any tax. Nggak perlu pajak Pak ya, gitu. Jadi back in 2008, there's one company that have actually put up investment about 1.3 billion ringgit for investment. That is the first manufacturing solar panel in Malaysia. But one of the factor, if we want to relate to whether our local industry can grow or not, when we promote FDI into Malaysia, since the pioneer status is being given to all these manufacturers that put up their manufacturing solar manufacturing plant in Malaysia, unfortunately, one of the conditions to entitle for pioneer status, you are required to export 90% of your product to other countries, which means only left 10% of whatever product that you have, you can actually sell locally. So it ended up throughout the years after the introduction of Renewable Energy Act in 2011, of which subsequently our renewable energy sector have actually started to grow, a lot of local solar projects have to import our panels. So a lot of, that is actually sort of strategically doesn't jive with our plan to grow our RE sector. At the same time, we are promoting FDI. By right, we should be able to enjoy a cheaper solar panel. But since the tax structure of promoting FDI, you must export 90% of your, only 10%, which means it is such a small amount. So end up our local solar project have to import from overseas. Because if you buying the export product, which means with the tax structure, we have to pay more expensive for our own product. Okay. So that is strategically it does not jive with the plan for our solar industry as opposed to promoting FDI from other countries to set up our manufacturing plant.
This is very new to me. I mean, 90% has to be exported.
Yes.
And do you have like local content requirements for solar projects in Malaysia?
So in principle, pioneer status are given, there is two types of incentive that being offered to foreign direct investment. One is pioneer status. The second one is investment tax allowance. More or less the structure is the same, which is they are given 100%, up to 100% investment tax allowance on the capital invested in the country. But their requirement, 90% must be for export. Maybe the most you can go to only to keep 20% for local market. So that is one of the sad story about our solar. We have to, a lot of our local panel that we install, it is actually coming from overseas. It's not the locally manufactured.
Okay. And the price is also not so competitive as well because you have to import.
Because of the tax structure. But if you talk about promoting solar by the country, we have actually started since 2011. There's a lot of other incentive apart from promoting FDI. For instance, government of Malaysia giving out financial incentive, which means they are given tax 100%, which means if you install solar rooftop on your office building or your factory, you can claim 100% as a tax allowance. That is good, which means what you require is basically upfront your money and then claim it back from the government in form of tax incentive.
Like a cashback, right?
Yes. And then the other incentive that being promoted by government in order to encourage the industry to grow, it is actually financial incentive, which means government is actually provide guarantee to the borrowing that you are taking from banks, up to 60% guarantee, and then at the same time subsidize your interest rate.
Wow.
So there is two incentive being thrown out to promote basically green technology or rather renewable energy sector. So as far as government, they have actually been very generous to the public sector in order to encourage growth of renewable energy, including solar energy.
But less on the industry.
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Joko, I would like you to respond to that. I mean, within Southeast Asian countries, there are different contexts and also policy and financial measures that have been given, especially to promote solar industry. So how do you see that Malaysia's experience probably could be beneficial for Indonesia and also for other Southeast Asian countries?
Thank you so much. So I think it is a very interesting story from Malaysia, and that countries like Indonesia or the Philippines need to learn. I mean, how to develop a local industry and how to build a resilient domestic solar EV industry. It is the key. And what I see is that perhaps in Malaysia, the first intention was to develop the solar PV industry, which is competitive with regards to export, and then less to provide for the local. Yeah, I think that's also a very new information that I heard, and I think we need to like kind of finding a balance between the two. Like how many percentage that you would like to have as the base or your production base to overseas, and then to supply for the domestic demand. And I think that's the key. And like you also asked about the local content requirement. I guess like during the FIT regime of Indonesia between 2013 to 2017, I think that has been one of the constraints for the industry itself to be built, because the weight that the government put to build the industry, domestic industry, at the end has become really a hindrance for the development of solar PV penetration share. So we need to find the balance in that. So like welcoming FDI needs a very clever and very smart policies to accompany also like the domestic producers, so that you can welcome the FDI, but you need to make sure that local industry will be built. I guess like as I go back to my first comment is that within ASEAN countries we need to keep on exchanging experience and to have like I would like to say like this is like a regular dialogue, and at the end maybe some much more coordinated talk have to be initiated by the ASEAN as one association. And one thing that I really need also to bring up is about a kind of producer-consumer dialogue between ASEAN and the +3. I mean, like, yeah, the +3 are the producers, and they need to have secure market in ASEAN, and then we need advanced country to invest in ASEAN countries. And I think this format of dialogue, bilateral, based on the RCEP, for example, need to be promoted and need to be intensified. I would say that at the end it is a win-win solution between the producers, the three countries, and ASEAN. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jo. I think with the momentum of Indonesia's ASEAN chairmanship and with the coming ASEAN summit and also senior official meeting, it is also very timely for us to have this call to action to think of ASEAN as a region and not only thinking about within their own countries and to foster the cooperation and also call to the ASEAN plus 3 countries to have more cooperation for the solar industry development, technology transfer, investment, etc. And so I'd like to ask Dr. Cho again, what kind of support or maybe investment or cooperation that South Korea can offer to us Southeast Asian countries, especially in terms of solar industry development?
You said solar industry deployment, but actually, Korea, as of now, we are having a difficulties in deploying the solar PV. So I'll share one difficulties, and maybe we can come up, we can cooperate this kind of difficulties, how to overcome this kind of difficulties. I expect that Indonesia might have a similar situation. In Korea, we have a large population and small land, and there are many mountains. So it is fine place to build a PV because we need live in a densely populated area. Solar PV should be around the people, not far from the villages and houses. The problem is low local acceptance. People don't like it. Yeah, we audience here and panelists here, you might think that PV is good, but if PV facilities is next to you, next to your house, people don't like it. The Korean people think that it's a PV that cuts down trees and damages environment and damages the surrounding landscapes. So people don't really like PV plants around the villages or houses. So it is in Korea, it is very difficult to build a PV without resident permission. In Korea, there are 250 local governments, and in 2015, one local government introduced setback regulation. It banned PV near the village, and regulations and spread and gradually strengthened as PV deployed. So now 80% of local governments are now introducing setback regulation. And as a result, it is becoming increasingly difficult for developers to find a PV, find a install PV. So Indonesia should strive, improve the local residents' acceptance, and try to find a place to build a PV like floating PV, agrivoltaic PV like that. So we are investing a lot of money and research programs and pilot programs on agrivoltaic, the farming, the PV with the farming and floating PV. Maybe that kind of new market, yeah, should be. We can cooperate it and we can come up with we can try to overcome the difficulties, how to solve the residential issues, residential acceptance problems. Yeah. Thank you.
A lot of people, not only for solar PV itself, that they do not want something nearby their houses. There is a production or operational facilities. It also applies, for example, for the wind power plants, etc. And public acceptance to what will be done and operated within their own communities are also very important to make sure that the solar industry could bring a lot of benefits to the community and the local people there, and at the same time also become something that's acceptable for them. But out of curiosity, right now, do you know that the government of South Korea has an existing cooperation with ASEAN countries in terms of solar industry development or maybe renewable energy cooperation?
You mean? Can you
Yeah, based on your knowledge, do South Korean government right now has existing cooperation or collaboration with Southeast Asian countries in terms of solar industry development or renewable energy cooperation in general?
As of now, as I know, there are many ODA programs but I'm not an expert on the ODA program, but I heard there are many ODA programs, especially on PV and microgrid with a PV plus ESS, that kind of pilot program. I heard that kind of cooperation.
All right, thank you. I'd like to go to Lynn, because we talk about the cooperation between ASEAN plus 3 countries and the Southeast Asian countries. So what is the existing cooperation China has right now in terms of investment or technical assistance or other cooperation that exists with Southeast Asian countries, and how can we have more of that coming forward?
Yeah, I think last year at the ASEAN-China Leadership Summit, there are commitments from leaders from ASEAN and China to establish a ASEAN-China Clean Energy Center. I'm not sure how that proceeds so far, but so far there are some of the existing mechanisms that China has been collaborating with ASEAN on clean energy. I mean, but it's also includes some of the hydropower technologies, which I guess in the future can also more focus about solar and wind energy in the future. Currently, I guess there are capacity building sessions provided by the Chinese government, especially the National Energy Agency, to ASEAN officials and research institutions. I guess last year, the training session was held in Beijing and Phnom Penh, Cambodia. And I guess they have twice or one per year of these such kind of training sessions. Some of the research institutions affiliated to government in China has been providing energy planning support for some of the Mekong countries like Vietnam and Laos, to analyze clean energy roadmap of these countries. But I guess some of them are also pretty much focused about hydro as well. So I guess in the future, as we have been working a lot with Indonesia and IESR and also in Vietnam, I guess in the future, we're also promoting the Chinese government to pay more attention on solar and wind development needs from these countries. Aside from the government, there are some of the state-owned companies working on solar developments in the ASEAN countries. But I guess they are not, I mean, it's all under the Belt and Road Initiative, but not that sort of government-led efforts to do that. These are more market-based decisions to build these solar power projects. But we did an analysis that Chinese solar engagement in ASEAN countries are pretty small comparatively to in other regions, mainly through providing solar equipment or doing EPC project instead of doing investments. We do talk to some of the Chinese companies as well, and they mentioned that they will expect to have if there can be more preferentially and stable policies made by Southeast Asian countries or ASEAN countries, they will be actually more willing to invest and explore some of these potential opportunities to invest in ASEAN region on solar projects.
All right, thank you. For the interest of time, I would like to open the floor to the audience if you have any questions to our panels. If there is a question from the Zoom room, kindly put it in the screen in front of me. Not for now? Okay, I will take up upon what Lynn already said about investment in ASEAN countries, especially for solar industry and solar supply chain. So I have observed that within the past few years, there is a rise of protecting national or a country interest toward energy security, and it also means about energy manufacturing and operation. So the US, for example, has issued a lot of legislation that specifically said that they need to use domestic content for clean energy development within their own country. And that can also mean that other countries might copy that policy in a way so that we will not have this kind of inter-country collaboration or regional consensus on how to build this solar industry together. So I would ask each of every panelist to respond to that. Maybe Mr. Kamar first.
Okay, of course, utility is always being very important as part of security sector that being seriously considered by any government. To a certain extent, in order to encourage a certain sector to spur, certain policy need to be looked into whether to be government to impose a very strict or stringent condition to promote private sector to participate into any specific industry. Same, be it for solar energy or be it for other sectors that contribute to utilities. So now, as far as Malaysia is concerned, we, for instance, just now I mentioned about the investment tax allowance. This is actually been given not only to Malaysian company. You can have 100% foreign company that set up you put up your solar rooftop on your building. You can claim from government investment tax allowance 100%. So which means this benefit incentive, it is not only meant for local control company or 100% Malaysian company.
So
it is open to foreign company to benefit.
You don't differentiate.
We don't differentiate in giving out certain incentive to whether it is a local control company or a foreign company. That is one of the good incentive promoted by government. But for you to be the operator, that is different. The only utility company in Malaysia, which is Tenaga Nasional Berhad, we have only one. You have also the same thing, Perusahaan Listrik Negara di Indonesia.
We have PLN here.
Same. So that is actually how government control. But the support industry, the sector, they open up. Same thing like Malaysian company investing into mini hydro in Indonesia. They can actually Malaysian control and selling it to PLN. But there is no restriction that Malaysia cannot invest here. So in relation to energy generation, more or less we are open to encourage more FDIs into our country to support the growth of the energy sector. And then the target imposed by government, for instance, solar. By 2040, government have actually imposed a target to achieve 9 gigawatt in terms of installation capacity. So that's huge amount for us to achieve by 2040. But do we have the money to do it? So if we don't open up to FDIs, then we will have difficulties to make sure that only the local players comes in.
Yeah.
I mean, to compare Malaysia and Indonesia, we are only like 10% as for our population, compared to Indonesia, 300 over million, we are only 30 over million. So we need more fund coming from overseas to support the growth of our energy sector, including the solar sector.
Okay. Good to know that. That is not a protectionism per se, but also how to achieve the target and foster collaboration. Dr. Joko, do you see that these countries' interests could align together and ASEAN could think as a region? Because I don't think that's the strength of ASEAN countries in a way.
I think we should be able to do that. Yeah, I mean, like we must be then. Okay, so because I think we have no choice, and I guess like your question about protectionism, yeah, it derives from our recent experience that we had endured during the disruptive period of pandemic, and then continues with the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I mean, at some point, supply chain of materials, including what we need for the solar PV, has been cut to some extent. And we see that the only players, I mean, like there are few players on that, and dominant players such as China, we cannot neglect that. And I think like again we need to find to what extent protectionism should take role. I mean, I think ASEAN countries should guarantee that at the end we need to be able to operate. I mean, supply chain should work. Should function at the minimum level in the disruptive period, such as war or political tension or like a pandemic. I think we need to set a kind of supply chain threshold indicators that we should reach by developing our industry. So based on those indicators, we will develop our solar PV industries. That doesn't mean that we will forget about the cooperation between countries, but we need to strengthen first our regional resilience. I think that is a concept that we need to develop based on our recent experience. And then we need still to have cooperation between countries. And as you mentioned that ASEAN as a renewable energy hub is very important. And then we need to act, we need to move together. For example, like we need to also like diplomatically, we need also to negotiate with the U.S. For example, that Southeast Asia can be no longer a haven for the development of the production base from Chinese industry. I think we need to talk. We need to have our diplomacy works in those fields as well. Thank you.
All right. I like it that diplomacy has to be on the table. I think this is something that needs to be considered between country relation and also at high level posts of the government to talk on how energy security and the balance between resilience and collaboration could be strengthened, not only for the interest of our own country, but also thinking as a region, as solar energy hub. Okay, Dr. Cho, I would like to respond on how this type of protectionism might affect collaboration between countries, and especially maybe South Korea and Southeast Asian countries.
Yeah, first, it's a little bit political thing, but Korean companies are actually competing with many Chinese companies, and nowadays, Korean companies are losing their competition, and as of now, in Korea, Korean companies only producing cell and modules. They do not produce polysilicons and ingot wafer now, as of now. And we are producing, Korean companies are producing polysilicon in Malaysia and trying to build the capacity for ingot and wafer in United States. We try to diversify the supply chain because we don't know what will happen in the future. We need to diversify the supply chain. So actually, we are cooperating with the United States. We are building lots of capacities in the United States. In ways, we try to diversify the supply chain. In East Asian, ASEAN countries, if the market is growing, and you need to think about how to diversify the supply chain. And here's the China and panelists, and of course China is dominant companies, but also need to think about. Of course, you need to cooperate with China, and also need to have an option to diversify other supply chains and cooperate and should build the at least module and cell capacities in Asian countries. That's my suggestion. Yeah.
All right, diversification of supply chain. Yeah, I like that. Lin from GI China, I think this more or less affect China really significantly because of that, but I would like to hear your opinion.
Yeah, I guess China is the target of some of these protectionisms. And I mean, we can see from the US government and also Europe filing a lot of anti-subsidies and anti-dumping investigations against Chinese solar equipment. And also, I guess recently more countries are focusing or paying attention to the issue of critical minerals that's essential for renewable energy development and productions in the world. Indonesia, of course, is also one of the producers of some of these very important critical minerals for this production. So I guess that is actually part of the drive that some Chinese companies have already been moving out part of their supply chains to Southeast Asia countries or ASEAN countries, like I mentioned in Thailand and Vietnam, etc. Part of that is to actually avoid some of these investigations and then to continue for them to export some of their products to the US and European markets. So I guess based on that, we can also take in opportunities because ASEAN and China do have the RCEP agreement, and this agreement actually has made the trade and technology transfer of some of these technologies are actually free of tariff. And then if we can actually take advantage of these preferential policies, actually ASEAN countries will have the opportunity to further develop their production capacity of solar equipment or other renewable energy technologies in their own country based on collaborations with not only China but also other like Japan and Korea in these sort of technologies. And I think as ASEAN do have a sort of comparative advantage in terms of labor costs, some of the land costs, etc. There do actually opportunities to further develop. And I guess if there can be more technical exchange, capacity building, and technology transfer from China, Korea, and Japan to ASEAN countries, there will be an opportunity.
Okay, thank you everyone. So I think that concludes our session for today. I'm really glad that we can finally manage to extract the ASEAN Plus 3 solar leadership and how South Korea, China, Malaysia, and also the whole Southeast Asian countries could make the momentum and also the connection to finally make Southeast Asia a solar industry hub. I would like you all to give applause to our esteemed panelists for today. Mr. Kamar from MGTC Malaysia, Dr. Joko from AREA, Dr. Cho from the Korean Energy and Economic Institute, and also Lin Ji from the Global Environmental Institute. I would like to ask our panelists to take a photo up together, and then I'll give back the stage to MC.
Thank you so much once again to our lovely moderator. And before we take a picture together, this is the certificate presentation. Oh, nggak ada. Okay. So we'll take a photo opportunity right here, right now. And we kindly invite all the photographers, para fotografer, silahkan, all the speakers and the moderator kindly go to the center of the stage for a photo opportunity. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's the very favorite session of the day, which is lunch. And we will commence at 1:30 here at the ballroom. And for all of our dear guests, lunch will be served on my right-hand side or your left-hand side. There are 3 doors to the dining area for all of our guests today. And for our speakers and our VIP guests, the doors to the lunchroom will be on my left-hand side or from the right hand of the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch. We will have a 1-hour break and we will continue right here at 1:30 p.m. Once again, we will start our next session at 1:30 p.m. Thank you so much. Baik Bapak Ibu, sebagai informasi sekali lagi makan siang tersedia di sisi kiri Anda, silahkan di sisi kiri Anda. Dan bagi Anda yang muslim dan ingin menunaikan ibadah sholat, musola tersedia di lantai 2 ataupun di lantai dasar ataupun di lantai basement, terdapat masjid yang cukup besar juga, bisa dilaksanakan di situ. Dan bagi Bapak Ibu yang tadi meminjam alat interpretasi, mohon untuk dikembalikan ke tempatnya, yaitu di sisi kiri panggung. Ladies and gentlemen, once again for those of you who would like to enjoy lunch, lunch will be served through the doors from your left-hand side of the stage. And for our speakers and our VIP guests, the lunchroom will be served on the right-hand side of the stage through the doors on the right side of the stage. And for those of you who have borrowed the interpreter's device, kindly return it to the desk, which is located on the left side of the stage. And the mosque or musola, for those of you who would like to pray, it is located on the second floor, on the ground floor, as well as the basement floor. Thank you and enjoy your lunch, and we will see you again right here at 1:30 p.m.
Il sent son parfum sur la corniche. Les lacets, le gravier dans l'air du soir. éclairs s'envolent dans les fougères et les nénuphars. Jimmy s'éveille dans l'air idéal. Le paradis clair d'une chambre d'hôpital. L'infirmière est un ange et ses yeux sont verts. Comme elle lui sourit, attention, Jimmy veut lui plaire. I'ma let you do this like you've done it before. I'ma let you do this like you've done it before. I'ma let you do this like you've done it before. I'ma let you do this like you've done it before. She's got perfect form. I love it when she moves like that. She's got perfect form. I love it when she moves like that. Moves like that. Perfect form. I love it when she moves like that. She's got perfect form. I love it when she moves like that. Moves like that. Perfect form. I love it when she moves like that. She's got perfect form. I love it when she moves like that. Still it's your way. It's my way. Still it's your way. It's my way. Still it's your way. I'ma let you do this like you've done it before. Don't seem to get me too far. I'ma let you do this like you've done it before. Don't seem to get me too far. I'ma let you do this like you've done it before. Don't seem to get me too far. I'ma let you do this like you've done it before. Don't seem to get me too far. I'm so tongue-tied, I don't even know my lines. Tongue-tied, I don't even see the signs. I'm so tongue-tied, I don't even know my lines. Tongue-tied, I don't even see the signs. I'm so tongue-tied, I don't even know my lines. Tongue-tied, I don't even see the signs. I'm so tongue-tied, I don't even know my lines. Tongue-tied, I don't even see the signs. She's got perfect form. I love it when she moves like that. She's got perfect form. I love it when she moves like that. Moves like that. Perfect form. I love it when she moves like that. dizzy daisy, go dizzy daisy all night. Oh, oh, we're gonna dance. Go dizzy daisy, go dizzy daisy all night. Let freedom reign. Sun is gone, but we've got a light. We can stop the rain. Shield in hand, we're ready to fight. Overjoyed, tonight delight, we are alive. We will shine in hell. Shield in hand, we're ready to fight. Sun is gone, but we've got a light. We can stop the rain. Shield in hand, we're ready to fight. Overjoyed, to my delight, we are alive. We will shine in hell. Shield in hand, we're ready to fight. Let's just find a way to groove again. Find a way to groove, groove, way to groove. And I say I love you, and I need you. And I say I love you, and I need you. And I say I love you. 'Cause There's no solution I've thought of 10 billion ways. Always cause delays. All these nights and days. All these nights and days. We're just no different from these lines on the paper. Great escaper. There's no running back. I'll run from anything and back. All the thoughts you had will be gone by tomorrow. All the sorrow, you'll be hollow. You'll be hollow. We will keep on living on through insanity, through repeatedly trying to receive explanation from a place unknown. Tell me something that I don't already know, something I can show, something I can hold, something I can hold. Give me something I can wait, make these hours into days, make these hours into days.
Recording stopped.
Jimmy va trop vite, Jimmy pleurniche. Il sent son parfum sur la corniche. Les lacets, le gravier dans l'air du soir. La Chrysler s'envole dans les fougères du nénuphar. Jimmy s'éveille dans l'air idéal. Le paradis clair d'une chambre d'hôpital. L'infirmière est un ange et ses yeux sont verts. Comme elle lui sourit, attention, Jimmy veut lui plaire. I'ma let you do this like you've done it before. I'ma let you do this like you've done it before. I'ma let you do this like you've done it before. I'ma let you do this like you've done it before. She's got perfect form. I love it when she moves like that. She's got perfect form. I love it when she moves like that. Moves like that. Perfect form. I love it when she moves like that. She's got perfect form. I love it when she moves like that. Moves like that. Perfect form. I love it when she moves like that. She's got perfect form. I love it when she moves like that. Still it's your way. It's my way. Still it's your way. It's my way. Still it's your way. I'ma let you do this like you've done it before. Don't seem to get me too far. Still it's your way. I'ma let you do this like you've done it before. Don't seem to get me too far. Still it's your way. I'ma let you do this like you've done
check. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to invite you again to come and join us in the ballroom because in a few minutes the meeting will be started. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Indo-Solar Expo 2023 in conjunction with ASEAN and Indonesia Solar Summit 2023. Thank you to everyone who is staying with us from the morning session until this afternoon session. My name is Febrinda Dizayanti and I will be your master of ceremony for this afternoon session. Indo-Solar Expo 2023 is a conference and exhibition initiated by Indonesian Solar Energy Association and Institute for Essential Services Reform. Through this event,
We hope that together we find the best solutions to achieve net zero emission target in 2060. So without any further ado, we will begin the first panel discussion with the topic solar deployment, industry, and beyond. This session will discuss
Recording in
lessons learned
progress.
from the solar market and industry in Vietnam, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Indonesia. This panel discussion will be moderated by Bapak Daniel Kurniawan from Institute for Essential Services Reform. To Bapak Daniel Kurniawan, the time is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming again to today's session. In this session, we'll talk about solar deployment, industry, and beyond from ASEAN countries. We have distinguished guests coming already from Malaysia and also joining virtually from Vietnam, and also our respected panelists from the Indonesian government, state-owned enterprise PLN, and also Medco Power Indonesia, which is attended by its CEO itself. So my name is Daniel Kurniawan. I'm a solar analyst with the Institute for Essential Services Reform, who will moderate today's event and panel discussion. And we're going to talk a lot about ASEAN countries for solar deployment and industry, so supply and demand, and especially what Indonesia can learn from these neighboring countries such as Vietnam and Malaysia, who have developed more than 1 gigawatts of solar installation in the recent years. So without further ado, I would love to invite our esteemed panelists to the stage, starting from the Ministry of Industry, Pak Eko Agus Nugroho, the Director of Machinery and Agricultural Machinery Industry. Selamat siang, Pak. Boleh, Pak. And the next one, we have Pak Warsono, the EVP for Electricity System Planning from PT PLN Persero. Please come up to the stage. Selamat siang, Pak. Yeah, the next panelist, we have Pak Eka Satria, Director and CEO of Medco Power Indonesia. I'd love to welcome you to the stage as well. Selamat siang, Pak Eka. And the next panelist we have from ASEAN Center for Energy, one of the representatives of ASEAN, Ibu Monica Merdikawati, Research Analyst for Sustainable and Renewable Energy Development. Selamat siang, Bu Monica. Please come up to the stage. And the next panelist we have joining with us virtually from Vietnam, Eng Pham, Senior Energy Advisor to Vietnam.
Thank you, moderator. Yeah, I can only join online, and really happy to joining with you today. Yes. And
Yes.
sorry, due to the technical issues, I cannot turn on my camera. So I'm in a place in Hanoi, and yes, yeah, happy to talking today with you all.
Yes, pleasure to have you here on the panel, Mr. Eng. And the last one we have joining with us today here, Pak Muhammad Nasri Mizayuddin, Chief Strategy Officer from Sustainable Energy Development Authority, Malaysia. Pleasure to have you, Pak. Okay, now we have our panelists here complete with us on the stage. I'd like to set the stage a little bit and to talk a little bit about, well, solar deployment and also the industry itself, the manufacturing that we have in ASEAN. And if you don't mind, Ibu Monica, can you tell us a little bit more to set the context of within Indonesia's ASEAN chairmanship, and what can we do and what have we done so far to elaborate this collaboration within ASEAN countries, and how do you see these ASEAN countries working together on building solar in their countries, and what lessons learned can be gained throughout these neighboring countries?
First of all, thank you, Pak Daniel, and thank you for IESR, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, ABTKE, and also the AESI for inviting ASEAN Center for Energy to this important discussion amongst these remarkable panelists that I should learn from. To answer your question and to set the scene, actually in ASEAN, the solar development is still growing, but especially under the ASEAN, Indonesia's and ASEAN chairmanship, the focus on achieving a higher RE development is more intensified to achieve we have this regional target, the 23% of renewable energy share by 2025 of the total primary energy supply. And Indonesian chairmanship has successfully echoing this message repeatedly with a good leadership on how the member states should work together and to recall this commitment that have been repeatedly expressed like in multiple occasions, to mention a few like the net zero pledge and also other high level statement. But to be frank, solar development in ASEAN is still growing, but not as progressive as how we know that Vietnam really showed progressive solar expansion in 2019. And recently when Vietnam, maybe later Mr. Anpam can clarify further, Vietnam just recently published their PDP 8. Interestingly, solar development is not like the top priority, but Vietnam seems to like try to diversify their renewable energy portfolio to other type of renewable energy sources such as wind. And to mention also like Thailand during last year APEC chairmanship, the APEC chairmanship. Interestingly also, Thailand introduced the BCG model, the bio green circular model, which implies like more on the biofuel promotion. And so that's why it seems solar is still important, but the member states like start looking into the diversification, seeking on more innovative solutions on how to really achieve this 23%, especially noting that status as of 2021, the status is only 14.4%, if I recall. So I think I will stop here first and offer it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonica, for setting the scene, and I'll definitely come back to you later with more questions on that. And I'd like to, because it's been already called out about Vietnam, I'd like to ask Mr. Eng Pham about Vietnam's recipe for developing solar. We know in the past 4 years, since 2018, installed solar capacity was only 97 megawatts, but now it was already 20 gigawatts at the end of last year. So what can you tell us about growing solar so fastly, and what are the recipes, and what kind of challenges that you face today?
Hello, hello.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Peng.
Yeah. So thank you, moderator. Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah. My name is Anh Pham. I'm currently an independent consultant with 18 years of experience in Vietnam. Yeah. Previously, I work at the Electricity Regulatory Authority of Vietnam and the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and mainly involved in the restructuring of the power sector and reviewing the framework and especially the establishment of the competitive market in Vietnam. You know, we see the EM in 2012 and VWM in 2019. Yeah. And then since May 2019, I joined GIZ, the German government agency, to support the MOIT to develop the policy for renewable energy in Vietnam. And then in early 2023, I started working as an independent consultant. Yeah, and back to the topic. Yeah. I think that you have seen the booming of the renewable energy sector in Vietnam in the past 4 or 5 years since the first solar feed-in tariff in 2017. Yeah, and the solar feed were subsequently adjusted and expired in 2020. But in that 4 year period, Vietnam has managed to install around 16 gigawatt solar and solar rooftop, and the total capacity of wind and solar now is about 21. Yeah, and we have some few hundred megawatts under development. We call transitional wind and solar projects. Yeah. In my opinion, yes, there are several factors that have contributed to the success. Yeah, the first one is, you know, when the government issues the feed tariff incentive to attract the private sector in Vietnam, that's a really good mechanism. Yeah, that's profitable and high feed tariff, and the private sector has been primarily developed now, up to now, is 21 gigawatt, and that means as my calculation is around 20 billion US dollar for solar power and about 10 billion US dollar for wind power investment during the past 4 years. Yeah, that's the positive sign in Vietnam. That indicate the private sector power, or not only in Vietnam but in the Asian Pacific, and there are a lot of untapped potential in this market and for the private sector. The second thing is the increasing demand in the clean energy in Vietnam and other Asian country. Yeah, that is the key driver for the solar power development. A country like Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand, with the fast-growing industrial and commercial sector, I think it will continue to experience high growth rate, of the economy, and then it needs high demand for clean energy, to meet the emission reduction target or requirement, especially for exporting goods. One of the significant supports come from the reduced production cost or capex of the solar power, and maybe in the wind sector. And the cost of solar power production, it has significantly decreased. You may see when we calculated FIT, the solar FIT in 2016, we proposed 11 cents. But then the government decided at 9.35 cents. But it's still profitable. It's really profitable for investor. And indeed, that the decrease of the capex making still make more for consumer. And the solar power technology also improved a lot in the past 5 years. Before it's around 16% the performance, but now it could reach 25%. And it make the cost per kilowatt hour is really competitive. Indeed, Vietnam labor cost has remained competitive during that time. So that we can have a lower investment cost in solar, especially in solar sector. It's still the potential market. But there are, in Vietnam, we still face some difficulties after the FIT end in 2020. So regarding the operation of the power system, so Vietnam, the power grid operates as an island system without synchronous connection with the neighbor country like China, Laos, and Cambodia. That's that's not a synchronous connection. So the extensive and a long landscape of the country. So we divide the power system into 3 regions: the north, the center, and the south region. That make Vietnam not robust enough to fully absorb the renewable energies, because we only mainly develop the solar and wind power in the center and the south region. And it make a lot of challenges for the system and market operator in balancing the power system operation. Consequently, there have been curtailment for the past 4 years, extremely high in the first 2 years, and now it's less critical. But it's resulting in the certain losses for investor. And regarding the market, Vietnam government will no longer offer feed-in tariff for solar or wind or many other type of renewable energy. And they considering the cap, the price cap for all other technologies, waste to solar, biomass, waste to energy, etc. So that with the cap, we considering prices for PPA So that the private sector will have to negotiate the PPA with the EVN. So it may prolong the project development in the future and more challenging for the investor because EVN is now still the single buyer and they tend to lower the PPA price. Yeah. But yeah, you know, that's the main challenges in the short term, but in long term with the target in the PDPH, you may heard that, that's a Power Master Plan in Vietnam has just approved by the Prime Minister and the commitment at the COP26. We still have a really high target for wind and solar energy. So that especially now the market for rooftop solar. So you may see the private sector, they still invest in the rooftop solar, partially or at a small scale, and some with battery storage systems. It's still going without government policy, and the government will have to reconsider the new mechanism for the wind and the solar, especially the solar rooftop in Vietnam. Yeah, that's all from my side, and just save time for the other speakers. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Pham, for your insights from Vietnam. So there has been a lot of supportive policies, such as the fit-in tariffs that we've seen since 2017 and until the end of 2020. And although there are also new challenges with regards to system operations, as we are seeing now in Vietnam, and also maybe a cautionary tale for us in terms of power system planning and especially transmission planning. And before I want to deep dive to Indonesia's case, I want to hear first from our neighbor Malaysia first. From your experience, Pak Nazri, at SEDA, we know that globally the world is changing from the fit-in tariff model to a more competitive bidding auction. And we have been seeing a lot of successful large-scale solar auction in Malaysia. And what can you tell us from this experience in terms of building solar, but also maybe on the industry side and in terms of building manufacturing? Do you see that that's a challenge as well for Malaysia to build their own domestic manufacturing capability? Or do you not see that as necessarily a challenge? What are your thoughts on that, Pak Nazri, if you will?
There are multifaceted challenges or issues when you mentioned there. So for a start, I guess, let me just share with everyone in terms of what SEDA is. So Sustainable Energy Development Authority, although we are being seen domestically as the authority per se, but on our end, we would love to also develop the D part, which is the development aspect of it. So on that end, as you mentioned earlier on about FIT, if I can share also just in perspective, the FIT was launched back in 2011, Solar FIT. So it helped to actually, as a catalyst for all the small, medium, even micro enterprises to actually embark in terms of this solar segment. And then moving on towards 2016, we've seen that we need to step up in terms of the development of solar. So SEDA Malaysia actually helped develop and strategize towards a further step-up program. We call it NEM, Net Energy Metering, which is in a way help spur not to just any like niche segment or niche consumer or businesses to embark on, but when we have the NEM program, we focuses on the residential rooftop solar. We provide opportunity for under NEM Nova on the businesses manufacturing side. Last but not least, on the NEM government or NEM government, where we can also provide avenue government lead by example perspective, right? And from there onwards, it helps I think from the before lunch, there's this there's some capping, or back then certain percentage focuses on either domestically or outside of Malaysia. But here, where we create the demand domestically with NEM, with all the segments that I mentioned earlier on. So we created demand in a sense that when residential also, as part of awareness program, for them to actually embark on this solar segment. So from there onwards, it helps create demand in a sense that people will come back to actually, hey, look, we know at the end of the day, tariffs going to go up. So they themselves need to be aware in terms of this is the new energy transition perspective. Because at the end of the day, when we talk about solar, it's part and parcel of the big agenda of energy transition. And for Malaysia, we have this also another thorny challenges or sticky issues that about subsidies. So from there onwards, we need to actually get the market to be more mature enough in order for us to expand further. So long story short, I would say that at the end of the day, previously people are focusing solar in terms of development ground mounted. But let's look at the aspect of when we have a lot of houses, buildings. You can see that the rooftop itself is an asset. So not to actually just focuses on large-scale solar, which you need to clear out lands. We may embark on NGO saying, hey, you are clearing a lot of land, so this is environmental issue, not ESG compliance. So if you look at the existing rooftop, that's an opportunity. It's a large opportunity. So under SEDA, alhamdulillah, we managed to churn out our Malaysia Renewable Energy Roadmap back in 2021. So from there, as a whole, Malaysia as a whole, there's an opportunity about 260-ish gigawatt for solar.
It's really huge.
Yeah, but okay, maybe not entirely 80-20, perhaps half of it, you can focus on residential, opportunity to expand for the residential solar. Yep.
I want to dive in a little bit deeper on that, in terms of the residential rooftop solar in this case. Like, I wonder what's the response for the national utility there, TNB in particular, about receiving a lot of, I guess, loss of revenue from the consumer side. What is the sentiment, if you will, if you can share more about this? I mean, in terms of Malaysia's desire to achieve net zero emissions and achieving their renewable energy targets. I mean, how do this folds out about the net energy metering rollout? If you can share a little bit more on that.
I don't think I can speak on behalf of TNB, but from a SEDA perspective, with the NEM program, right now we are on NEM 3.0, right? So I believe this is one of the success stories that I can share with our ASEAN members here, that it's something that we can actually continue, especially looking at the residential perspective. And on the utility provider, perhaps this is something, we are all in this in terms of to be inclusive for the energy transition perspective, because at the end of the day, with the roadmap we have, initially it was 31% aspiration target for installed capacity by 2025. But recently, back in May, our government actually more than doubled to 70% by 2050. So I think the bulk of it will come from solar, I believe. So this is where programs like this will still continue, I see. So this is part of the aspiration that we will also see solar is one of the key components towards this energy transition.
Wow, that's something very huge. 70% by 2050 will come from renewables and mostly solar, which is comparable to our modeling itself, where almost 80% also, I mean, even 100% will come from renewables in our modeling. But I want to move or shift toward Indonesia for now, and I think let's try to hear it from the demand side first. Pak Warsono, if you don't mind sharing with us what is PLN's strategy toward achieving. I guess there's this currently ongoing JETP discussion to really peak our emissions by 2030, and what does PLN is thinking to really achieve that in terms of enabling solar deployment? Would you be able to speak about that?
Thank you for the question. As we know that PLN right now have the RUPTL 2021-2030. That is one of the greenest RUPTL, and in our planning, we plan to build about 5 gigawatt in 10 years. So I think that's the key for accelerating renewable energy, especially for the solar. And right now, about 1 gigawatt in the process of construction and procurement, and so the rest still in the planning process and also the initiation. So I think one of the important key strategy for achieving the net zero emission in the future is building the solar PV in Indonesia, both for the rooftop PV and also for on-grid PV. Of course, right now, still in the beginning for the development of the PV in Indonesia, but we have plan and we are also encouraged to improve more the implementation of solar and in Indonesia. I think that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Warsono. Just a follow-up question on that. What do you think is the main challenge in terms of deploying solar from PLN's perspective? We know that it's quite challenging in terms of the power system overcapacity. That's on the one hand, and also maybe also because of that, there's some financial constraints as well in terms of maybe receiving so-called variable renewable energy. And what do you think is the main issue in terms of utility scale development? Is it land, finding land? Is it connecting grid connection? Is it something else? Is it getting finance for the project? What do you see is becoming like the main hurdle for PLN at least?
Okay, thank you. There are some issues for during the implementation of renewable, especially for the PV. One main issue is regarding the local content. Yeah, during the procurement, sometimes we not success for the procurement process due to the local content issue. Also regarding the funding, sometimes is not comply with the local content issue. And the other is regarding the for implementing the new power plant, we also need to balance between the supply and demand. So as we know that after during COVID-19, the demand is slowed down, so we also our expansion for the new infrastructure also decreased, and about 2 years, you see, one of the hurdle at the time. So, but right now the demand already rebound, so I think in the future we can accelerate the the additional for the renewable energy, especially for the solar, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Warsono. I think I want to shift to Pak Eka as the representative of the private sector here. And I mean, we know Medco as a holding company already has a long portfolio in the energy business. And certainly we see with Medco Power, it's definitely looking for non-fossil, except for, I guess, gas, and renewable energy power. And how do you see Indonesia's market today in terms of solar? And if, I don't know, but if you have experience in other ASEAN countries as well, can you enlighten us with these differences, and that there may be something we can learn from there?
Thanks, Pak Daniel. Distinguished panelists, Pak Eko, Pak Warsono, Bu Monika, Pak Natsir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to say thanks to Pak Fabi, IC, ESR for this Indo Solar. Congrats. I think we need this kind of event quite a lot, Pak. Last week we had Indo EBTKE. Yeah, so I think we hope that this kind of event will increase the demand or the solar industry in the future. So back to Medco, I think everybody know that at this moment we are on the transition. Currently, most of our energy produced from oil and gas. But last 2 years ago, we have what we call climate aspiration. I think we know that the world that we are living at this moment need change. We need to move from fossil fuel to more clean and renewable. We have launched our program. Our program basically consisted of 3 legs. Yeah. One, of course, we need to remove or reduce the emission. But one program that we are focusing at this moment is investing big in renewable. On renewable, I think we are seeing at least several pieces of market. But from all potential renewable at this moment, Medco Group investing on various renewable, geothermal, wind, hydro, and solar. But if you look at Indonesia as the whole, we believe that Indonesia has huge potentials. I think from the study, I think it stated that Indonesia has more than 3,500 gigawatt of renewable. And then technically, probably 400 gigawatt is coming from solar. So from resources point of view, it's huge, Pak. And then we are investing on those business starting 3 years ago, and we're trying to move fast. First thing is that we try to secure our internal demand. As you know, Medco has various businesses. We have oil and gas, we have mining, and from our internal demand, we can easily say that at least we have 500 to 1,000 megawatt demand. So what we did, we started our internal businesses where we supply our group. I think we are the first company who install probably the largest ground-mounted solar power plant in Sumbawa, supplying our mining. So we started with 25 megawatt. We continue to grow up to 200 megawatt. We also converted most of the operation area, from basically on oil and gas, we use gas. We are now trying to use, of course, PV also. So basically from internal. So we see a market from internal. But market from internal is not huge if you see the potential. So we try to look also other market. Of course, PLNs being, the sole buyer of power in Indonesia, I think we try to bid on PLN projects. I think last year we won Bali, Pak, 2 by 25 megawatt. So we are very serious on that. And of course, Pak Warsono mentioned that up to 2030, there will be 5 gigawatt projects. And of course, we're looking seriously into participating on that project, Pak. But other than that, we see that actually Indonesia could be one of the powerhouse of renewable. Recently, our neighbor, which is Singapore, I think through launched a bid through EMA, in which they are saying up to 2030, they need at least 2 gigawatt of continuous renewable. If we convert into solar, it means basically they need 12 to 15 gigawatt peak from now to 2030. And if we combine it with battery to support that, we're talking about probably 30 gigawatt hour. So what we are seeing here is that if we compare ourselves to our neighbor, I think Pak Nasir mentioned about the progress that being made by Malaysia, which is very good, Pak. I think we need to learn from Malaysia. One thing that we need to move fast is that the industry of Indonesia, PV industry in Indonesia. In order us to support that, I think we need to have the industry. But the industry cannot be grown unless we have a market. So we think that a combination of PLN market, internal market, and also captive market combined with potential export could be a boosting for Indonesia PV manufacturing. So if we can combine that with all potential from our side as one of the energy company, we see that actually if we can play that market and how we're going to address that, there's a lot of basically potential for all of us here. I think that's in summary our strategies to see these potential solar businesses in the future, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Eka. So there are a lot of different segments, not only PLN market, but also internal group captive, and also for export even. That I'll later ask about the export to Bu Monica, but for now I want to move to Pak Eko regarding the often mentioned that local content requirement is a major hurdle for solar development. I wonder what's your view on this currently, and does the Ministry of Industry have a plan or a roadmap to prepare for building our own domestic solar manufacturing, and how has it been so far today in terms of the progress and development? Please, Pak Eko.
Okay, thank you, Pak Daniel. I would like to explain about the National Industrial Development Master Plan. For the Ministry of Industry, we have a master plan for 2015 until 2035. And one of the priority sectors or industries to be developed is the energy generation industry. And for specifically for 2020 until 2035 onward, the Ministry of Industry facilitates the establishment of the material industries. So this material industries is for solar cells in Indonesia. We attract for investment, but still we discuss with some investors that the investment is very, very huge, and there is no economically balance for the revenue for that. But right now we realize that the ability of the domestic industry in this regard is still limited in Indonesia, especially for the solar energy. Because the solar cell right now is very fast growing in the technology. Therefore, we are looking to the investment to establish the industry in Indonesia. And regarding the local content, because we need to develop our industry to support and to supply the solar power plants, especially for the solar module. Right now is only 21 local producers making solar modules with the capacity up to 1.6 gigawatt. But this majority of the solar module produced are below 500 watt peak. So I think it's not enough to supply for the solar power plants, especially for the PLN market. And we already discussed with some investors with this local content requirement. I think next month will be investor established in Indonesia, and will COD next year with the first production about 500 megawatt, and for the next 2025 500 megawatts, and the next 3 years from 2016 and 2017 per year will produce 1 gigawatt. So this benefit is just like a bonus for us when we implement the TKDN or local content. So there are one or two tier 1 producer, global producer will invest in Indonesia. Regarding the challenge and also obstacles that the PLN or you mentioned about the local content, last Friday I just discussed with the director from the Directorate New Energy and Renewable Energy, how we can fix or how can we handle this local content to fix or to run the project with no obstacles. So that we just discuss and review the regulation of the Ministry of Industries, and maybe in the 1 or 2 months we will revise, and also we will discuss with the industries, and also we will discuss with the power plant developer. So we want to make map the potential and also the capability of the industries to fulfill the demand from the PLN and also the subsidiary of PLN. We can fulfill as much as possible from the local company. So I think maybe in the 1 or 2 years later, we will have some producers in Indonesia to support, especially for the main component of the solar power plants as a solar module. I think that's.
Wow, thank you for sharing that, Pak Eko. So, as you were saying, there's already a few tier 1 module makers trying to invest in Indonesia, and they're looking in the next few months and looking to start operation by next year for at least 500 megawatt for one line, right? So I think that's going to be game changer for the industry, I think, in terms of not only the security of supply, but also local content, trying to achieve the local content requirement in project as well. And just to push the envelope a little bit, just wondering, there was a recent MOU a few months back by the coordinating minister Luhut regarding the solar export projects to Singapore. And I remember there was MOU signings, consortium to build domestic solar manufacturing, including inverter as well, I think, to support that project, because that's kind of part of the deal of when we want to export clean electricity to our neighboring country. Was that also because of that, or a separate, I guess, parallel to that, like not only because of the solar export project, but also maybe other domestic market outside the export? Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes,
Michael? Yeah.
for both. Yeah.
Both, okay.
First, for the local market, for the PLN market, for the PLN required because there are so many projects, so it needs some or big demand for the solar module, but also it can be it can supply for the planning for the export of the electricity to Singapore, but it's still in restriction, discussion. Wait until August 17, please. Yeah, August 17 will be launched the company, and you will see that one of the Taiwan joint venture with the Taiwan and the local company will establish the company.
Wow, that's such a good news for Indonesian solar market, I believe. And I think there will be a lot of announcements to make next month, including that of the comprehensive investment and policy plan from JETB by the 16th of August. I think because Pak Eka said earlier to me that he has to leave early, I want to ask him his thoughts about what will solar deployment and industries in ASEAN look like in the coming, let's say, 5 years? And maybe what are your recommendations for anyone who's listening to today's discussion, including the key stakeholders from Indonesia or maybe from ASEAN? Do you have some thoughts that you want to say to them?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So from my point of view, I think the market, the competitive market, is the core for any developing countries in APAC or ASEAN that could have in this case. You know, we have in ASEAN. We have Singapore market, Philippine market, and Vietnam market. And in Vietnam, as an example, we're pushing for the reform of the power market from the wholesale market towards the retail market soon. Yeah. And I don't have much experience in the Asian countries, but in Vietnam, the key point now is the separation of the system and market operator who dispatch the energy in the power grid, and we soon establish the independent SMO later this year or early next year. That's just a crucial step for the transparent market in Vietnam. So when I was in Europe, we have been advocating the separation of SMO, the system and market operator, since 2010, more than 10 years ago. Yeah, just a very difficult in the single buyer model market as in Vietnam with the EVN. It's the state-owned enterprise. They own the vertical is the integrated structure before, and it's really hard to unbundle the system. So therefore, opening the retail market for Asian country is difficult. I think in most Asian country, we still have the state-owned electric utilities. Yeah, one or some as EVN in Vietnam. So that they own the market, they own the main share of the market, and it's really hard to open the retail market for other investors and players in long term. So that we should have a long-term vision. Yeah, the experience from the European countries or the US. Yeah, that because in the future, Asian country, we need to have a synchronized grid and some kind of common market, so that we can trade energy with each other. So that we need to have a common rules on the wholesale market and the retail market. That's the key point. And that's the reason why the European country, they can develop a huge capacity of renewable energy. Yeah, but they still face some troubles. But indeed, with a synchronized system between countries with multiple hour zone, so we can absorb more renewable energy. Yeah. So in Vietnam, one example could be good enough for the investor and the developers. That's the development of the direct power purchase agreement. We call DPPA. That's the developer. The RE generator can sell energy directly to the big customers in Vietnam, and we have researching the DPPA for 5 years, and now we nearly we're going to issue the mechanism. Could be later this year. And so that the big customer can join we can say that the first step of the retail market in Vietnam, because for establishment of the retail market, it take a lot of steps and times and resources. But DPPA is just a first trial, a trial to do the bilateral trading and in the retail market, so that many investors are waiting for the mechanism. It could be a lesson learned. Yeah, but we still have to wait for the mechanism to be issued later this year. And because we don't have a foundation for the retail market, so the investor in DPPA, the pilot DPPA, could face a big risk, because they will take a first step in the market. And again, the agri-PV technology is our concern. When I was in GIZ, we suggest the government to research on the agri-PV, because we in Vietnam is the agriculture country, so that we have a lot of land for agriculture sector, and that's the good potential for the development of the PV sector in Vietnam, that we still have to consider it. And finally, my point is that the market mechanism, the wholesale market and the retail market is a key point, and the synchronized systems with at least the power grid and then the power market in Asian country is my vision. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your closing thoughts, Mr. Pham, and thank you for joining us for today's panel discussion. We're very pleased to have you here. And
thank you. Goodbye, distinguished guests and participants. Hope you have good health and a successful workshop. Thank you much.
Thank you. Okay, I think I want to move again to Pa Eka because you have to go early. And the same question, I guess, what is the outlook for solar deployment and also manufacturing in ASEAN, and particularly maybe in Indonesia because of your presence here in Indonesia, and what are the key recommendations that you would perhaps suggest for Indonesian government or any the related stakeholders? Please, Pak Eka.
Thank you, Pak. I think the way we see Indonesia in terms of potential renewable is that the way I see Indonesia play the role of the previous fossil fuel. I mean, we are one of the big big exporters. I think we know that Indonesia has 3,600 gigawatt of potential. Indonesia could be one of the big players in the region, of course. But again, I think we understand that in order us to move that, we need to also build the industry. I think Pak Eko mentioned there are several initiatives and also there are several tier 1 players going to invest. But at the end, it's like chicken and egg, Pak. You need to create a demand in order to create industry. The way we are seeing here is that I think we need to collect all the potential market, Pak. For sure, PLN is one of the big market. Of course, PLN, selling oil to Indonesia. But behind that, there is also captive market. We're talking about rooftop, captive industries, you name it. But the other thing here is that the neighborhood countries, I think Singapore is not blessed enough with land. We have a huge land. I think last May, if I'm not mistaken, I think government of Indonesia signing the MOU with government of Singapore, basically lay down the principle of what is the condition of Indonesia if they're going to export electricity to Singapore. I think one of the requirements, if I'm not mistaken here, is that that export need to be given with the condition that it will build the Indonesia local manufacturing PVs. But if we look all the potential demand in the futures, I think PLN mentioned that there are 5 gigawatt of solar potential by 2030. You combine with, the captive market plus potential export, easily you can have up to 2030 is probably 20 to 25 gigawatt peak of potential market, Pak. I think the key here is that how we're going to play and give a clear policies, between all the players, with end result that it will create the PV industry in Indonesia. Because at the end, if you like to create that industry, you need a strong demand. Without demand, there won't be any industry. So I think the key here, how we're going to play those things and how we're going to make sure that this potential resources that we have combined with potential demand can be matched so that it can create industry of PV of Indonesia. That's the way we see it as a private sector, Pak. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Eka. And you're welcome to leave the panel if you had to go, but feel free if you can stay for longer. Okay. So I'd like to ask the same question to Bu Monica, who has been very patient since it's her for opening at the, like earlier we talked about the solar export, and from ASEAN Center for Energy perspective, what can you tell us about the collaboration that could be made from these ASEAN countries, and what will ASEAN deployment look like? And in particular, will there be also collaboration surrounding the solar manufacturing?
Thank you. I think the expert here already mentioned the important keywords. First is the regional market through the ASEAN power grid, like Mr. Pham already mentioned, pretty much oftentimes. Actually, let's start with the Vietnam case. Actually, Vietnam case has this rapid solar development in a short time, but they admit they have problem, right, in absorbing this huge solar capacity in the end curtailed, because basically there is a mismatch between the place of the solar farm located with the demand. With the ASEAN power grid, actually those problem can be resolved by exporting it to the neighboring country, as simple as it. And it's also solve the problem like with Singapore problem that aims 4 gigawatt renewable energy import by 2035. And also maybe one point that haven't mentioned by the expert here, we should also be aware with the Indonesia's plan in moving the capital city to the Kalimantan. Actually, the BIMP EGA block already have very huge interest in this new capital city development, especially Sabah and Sarawak, extending this existing power grid into ASEAN power grid, like basically extending it to Brunei and asking Brunei to join the force in exporting the renewable power to new Indonesian capital city. So those three driving demands from in the Mekong region, I see like from Laos and Vietnam, is potential for the regional cooperation for those neighboring countries that have limited land like Singapore, and also very limited renewable energy resources. And for in the BIMP countries is the Indonesian capital city. That's yeah, basically ASEAN power grid is the key to the regional cooperation. But again, the problem is a lot. Since the ASEAN Center for Energy conception establishment in the '98, the problem is always revolved around who will fund the power grid, and how to establish a power market in such a way like Europe do now, which requires a lot of capacity development, qualified human who understand the power wheeling rules and etc. While in ASEAN the structure cannot allow that kind of dynamic, because basically like beside Singapore and Philippines, the rest 8 member countries have this vertically integrated and rigid electricity market. So that's the challenges. And another point for the regional cooperation is actually the member states under this ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation framework that ASEAN Center for Energy is supporting, also start looking into the regional REC market, like having the regional framework facilitating this REC exchanges between the private companies that have the demand, want to fulfill this RE100 commitment. And also from the higher level, from the ASEAN Secretariat level, is the RSCEP, the partnership with the Australia also, right? So that's the driving forces. But again, yeah, the problem there. And also maybe one thing to mention that it's the egg and chicken dilemma. I say that to create the demand, the industry need demand, so the industry can thrive. But at the other point of view, when we start building this solar industry infrastructure, having a good capacity to produce solar supply chain, it also contributes to the electricity demand to manufacture the solar PV, right? Like in my personal view, like yeah, we just start whatever that is more practical at the moment, either to develop the solar supply chain industry. And if we see it in a broader view, actually, with the ASEAN Power Grid and also the Belt and Road initiatives, this solar development have this huge potential that we shouldn't be worried about the demand, because the demand is there. And in fact, maybe just to share a few important numbers from the IEA report about the solar supply chain. Actually, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand are the 3 countries that start bit by bit taking this China share of the global dominance of the solar supply chain. And this COVID-19, and also Russia-Ukraine conflict caused this transportation costs become higher, and actually benefiting us as ASEAN for these 3 countries that have good capabilities already with the solar supply chain industry to compete in a more fair, level playing field with China and all the worldwide countries see the competitiveness of buying solar products from Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand. So Indonesia should also join, because Indonesia is very big, and by PLN having this ambitious target itself already creating a lot of demand. So I will stop here and yeah, welcome the opportunity to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Monica, for your very interesting insights, especially the fact that Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand have developed their own supply chain regionally, and I think that could be very interesting for Indonesia to also partake in the near future. And I'd like to move to Pak Nazir to hear your thoughts about what Bu Monica has just said regarding ASEAN Power Grid. And we know that Malaysia had banned the renewable electricity export last year, but turned the decision from that stance and now moving to, okaying the export. Would you be able to share your views on that? Maybe from, if not from SEDA's perspective, maybe just for your personal perspective from Malaysia, and how do you see that cooperation working in the future in terms of the regional cooperation and deploying solar in particular?
Okay, short answer to that, where back in May, the government uplift ban for exporting of clean energy. Short answer is good. It's a good perspective in a sense that if I can also gather the key points from my distinguished panelists. Number one, it is in a way is pushing us, maybe not just in Malaysia per se, but everyone in ASEAN to look into the grid perspective, whereby the grid needs to be enhanced further. So going back to what I mentioned earlier on, based on the energy transition, where Malaysia actually more than doubled from our initial target 2025 of 31% to 70% by 2050, we in a way require about 637 billion ringgit to actually move towards this aspiration. So with the right policy right now, where we uplift the ban, and also we can discuss further in terms of the ASEAN power grid to take into account not just right now, for Malaysia we have the LTMS, right, from Laos, Thai, Malaysia, Singapore, so we can expand further beyond that. So that's one thing. Last but not least, the second bit of it, also we need to look at this secondary impact of, let's say, talking about the RECs, renewable energy certificate. So right now, even in Malaysia, we are looking into that more deeper, because currently we have the green energy tariff. So for REC, perhaps when you talk about how you want to have an independent body to look into it, perhaps all the 10 ASEAN states need to look at maybe one, I don't know, independent body to actually recognize this. Perhaps we in SEDA can actually discuss further with ACE even to look at maybe what kind of other framework which is suitable for ASEAN as a whole, you know. Yep.
Thank you, Pak Nasir. And maybe just a small, quick follow-up question to that. Do you think that Indonesia should have their own independent body like SEDA? Just what are the lessons that we can learn from institutionalizing an independent authority body for maybe not just for solar, but also for renewable energy in general? If you can share your thoughts on that.
Okay. That's quite a very interesting topic there. I guess for us in Malaysia, having SEDA back from the 2011, the aspiration is that we can not just generate new market on the RE or sustainable energy perspective, but to also, if, okay, ASEAN as a whole, if I can take another angle, our GDP as a whole for ASEAN 10 states goes beyond $3 trillion, right? So in order to actually advance further, what kind of growth segment are we looking at? So perhaps one body to actually independently focus on how they want to grow one new segment, for example, green economy or green segment. I think it's good to have certain entity to actually focus on it. So because if, let me recall back, I used to be in the banking industry. So the component of GDP, correct me if I'm wrong, if there's any economists here. So if you GDP is like from the government policy plus C, the consumption, I on the private investment plus the net trade. So if you have the right G or government policy, the rest, maybe the investment side will grow, and the consumption, you create the demand, so it helps the economy as a whole, you know. And rest, the last part of it, of the net trade, maybe with the ASEAN exchange, that will actually spur ASEAN as a whole, beyond the current 3 trillion, what do you call that, GDP as a whole back in, I think the data was from 2022. So yeah, that's one market segment that we, all of us can envisage to grow. That's my take on it.
Thank you, Pak Nasir. I think I want to ask Pak Warsono on that actually. Do you think an independent authority body is separate from PLN just to help take off the burden of developing projects, not just solar, I think, but renewable energy in general would be something that is useful in your opinion, and in terms of creating a project pipeline in order to achieve the renewable energy target set by REPTL and maybe even more beyond that? Do you think that's something that is necessary to have, or if you have any other perspective?
Thank you. I think for the accelerate renewable energy, especially for the PV, yeah, it needs collaboration from all the parties in Indonesia, not only from the, for example, only from the PLN, for example, but also from the private sector as well, yeah, because I think one of the big market also from in the private market, yeah, because PV will become dispersed generation. It will be dispersed generation not only in one big location. So I think it should be collaboration for all parties. Yeah. One of the expectation from the PLN in the future to boost, yeah, the development of renewable energies regarding the price, yeah, the price in the future, because as we know that the LCOE of the power plant is one of the very important, so we can choose as the, for example, as the priority. Yeah. And the second, I think, is we need also improve our capability to produce the battery storage or other storage, yeah, because it's very important to compensate the variability, yeah, and we PLN have some experience in, but only in small system, yeah, regarding the how to balance from the PV and the battery. So I think to think the PV itself and also the battery will be the game changer in the future. So the PV will become higher in the future. I think that's in my point. So thank you.
Terima kasih thank you Pak Warsono. Okay, for final thoughts also from Pak Eko, would you be able to give us an outlook of Indonesia's solar manufacturing and in the country and from Ministry of Industry perspective, and in achieving a lot of national targets, renewable energy targets, climate targets in particular? Do you have anything you want to say to the audience today about the progress that's been currently brewing in Indonesia?
Okay. To develop the industry is about the planning. So it depends on the market for the solar power plants. And if the market has a planning to bidding or for any other consumption of the solar panel energy, please come and discuss to us, and we will discuss and we will invite for the investors, both investor for local investor and also for the foreign direct investor, so that we can prepare the infrastructure, especially supporting from the industry. For example, the current industry in Indonesia is only right now is only at the production stage of solar cell to solar modules, while the raw materials of the silica sand to become ingot and ingot to become wafer do not yet exist in Indonesia. So for this case, we need this vacant industry to invest in Indonesia, because we have raw materials in some or several regions in Indonesia. And then for the supporting solar energy generations, there are several components that are closely related. Some of them are already capable of being produced in Indonesia, like cable, electricity meters, buffer module. But still, in Indonesia, we still need to inverters. Yeah, inverters is one of the components that we need, but it is not produced in Indonesia yet. So for the next, maybe until 2030, the industry development to support solar power plants will be growing, I think. Why? Because there are some market demand created by the market. There are some local market and also for export market. So I invite for the investors to invest in Indonesia, to establish your company, to support the solar power plans development in Indonesia, and we have the goals to the net zero emissions, and we will support from the industrial sector, industrial manufacturing sector, so that the PLN and also the government of Indonesia will success for this long-term goal.
Thank you, Paiko. I think that's really fitting for our final thoughts and in today's panel discussion. We're very open to receiving investment collaboration from the government. Will provide total support for the domestic solar manufacturing in particular. And with that, I would love to close today's panel discussion. And we've heard so much about deploying solar and also building the solar manufacturing from our neighboring countries, Vietnam and Malaysia in particular, and what Indonesia could do to propel, to enter the gigawatt scale solar deployment, and also strengthening its own domestic solar manufacturing, and also not only for its own domestic demand, but also for its regional cooperation as well in the ASEAN region. And with that, I would love to close today's panel discussion. But before we finish the panel, I'd love to invite all the distinguished panelists to join us for a photo session just before we leave. And I'll return back to our MC. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the panelists and the moderator. Please remain on the stage to have a photo session and to receive the token of appreciation. This token of appreciation is a carbon credit certificate from the Katingan Peatland Restoration and Conservation Project, certified by FERA. The value of this certificate is 1 metric tons carbon, meaning it can be used to compensate or remove the carbon footprint of the beneficiary by 1 ton carbon. You can scan the QR code and it will be linked directly to FERA. Okay, so please smile, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, one more time. Yeah, thank you very much for all the panelists and the moderator. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a big round of applause for our first panel discussion session for this afternoon. Now we move on to the next agenda. We will hear and see the product launching of UOB Bank. So without any further ado, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Samuel Houghton from UOB Bank.
nomor 2. Please welcome Mr. Samuel Houghton from the UOB Bank.
Baiklah, selamat siang Bapak Ibu. Selamat siang sekalian. Baiklah, dari pagi sampai saat ini kita telah melalui beberapa rangkaian acara dan sesuai dengan tema dan juga topik hari ini di mana kita membicarakan tentang solar energy. Solar, matahari, mentari sebenarnya adalah sumber kehangatan untuk kita. Kalau bisa dari tadi Bapak-Bapak Ibu sekalian lebih banyak duduk, boleh saya mengundang semua untuk berdiri dan supaya memberikan kehangatan di dalam ruangan ini saya mengundang Bapak Ibu bisa tepuk tangan setidaknya 15 detik. Memberikan kehangatan kita sambil menyambut semua Bapak Ibu sekalian hadir di acara pada siang hari ini. Baik. Selamat sore lagi. Terima kasih, silakan duduk. Baik, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Bapak dan Ibu hadirin yang terhormat, selamat datang dalam acara peluncuran U-Solar 2.0 UOB Indonesia. Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada para tamu yang telah hadir di Birawa Assembly Hall, Hotel Bidakara. Sekali lagi saya mengundang, kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk kita semua yang telah hadir pada sore hari ini. Saya, Samuel Houghton, akan menemani Anda selama kurang lebih 30 menit sebagai pemandu acara hari ini, peluncuran U-Solar 2.0. Pertama-tama saya ingin menyapa Bapak Harapman Kasan, Wholesale Banking Director UOB Indonesia. Kemudian Bapak Wasisto Surono, Group Wholesale Banking, Sector Solution Group UOB. Kepada Bapak Susanto Lukman, Executive Director, ESG Coordinator Wholesale Banking UOB Indonesia, Mitra UOB, Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian. Pemerintah Indonesia telah berkomitmen untuk menetapkan target nol emisi karbon pada 2060 atau lebih cepat. Peralihan ke energi berkelanjutan dan efisiensi energi diperlukan untuk mengurangi emisi karbon dan mitigasi iklim yang lebih baik. Kerjasama antara sektor publik, swasta, dan lembaga pembiayaan sangat diperlukan untuk mendorong tercapainya tujuan berkelanjutan ini. Melalui program U-Solar 2.0, UOB menyederhanakan akses ke pembiayaan berkelanjutan bagi pengembang proyek tenaga surya, kontraktor rekayasa, pengadaan, dan konstruksi, serta pemasok peralatan terkemuka. Dengan menghubungkan para pemain ini, U-Solar 2.0 akan membantu memastikan akses pembiayaan yang lancar bagi mereka untuk memenuhi permintaan yang semakin meningkat terhadap energi surya. Di kawasan Indonesia, energi surya berlimpah dan merupakan sumber energi terbarukan sebagai cara paling efektif untuk mengurangi emisi karbon. Baiklah, Bapak Ibu hadirin yang terhormat, untuk mengawali acara kita pada siang menuju sore hari ini, mari kita saksikan bersama kata sambutan yang akan disampaikan oleh Bapak Harapman Kasan, Wholesale Banking Director UOB Indonesia. Kepada Bapak Harapman, saya persilakan. Stage is yours.
Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Izinkan saya menyapa Bapak Ibu peserta Indosolar Expo 2023, para mitra dan nasabah UOB Indonesia, dan rekan-rekan saya dari UOB Indonesia. Selamat datang di acara peluncuran U-Solar 2.0. Saat ini, Indonesia tengah mengalami berbagai transformasi untuk menuju ekonomi yang lebih kuat dan berkelanjutan. Untuk itu, diperlukan langkah-langkah strategis dalam melestarikan lingkungan, terutama dalam mengatasi perubahan iklim. Kami menyadari bahwa perjalanan menuju emisi nol bersih memerlukan pendanaan transisi yang sangat besar. Oleh karena itu, peran sektor swasta, pemerintah, serta institusi keuangan merupakan kunci mempercepat implementasi ekonomi rendah karbon. Bersama dengan komitmen jangka panjang UOB Group, kami terus memadukan prinsip ESG ke dalam strategi dan rencana bisnis kami. Di Indonesia, kami mendukung nasabah dalam transisi menuju perekonomian rendah karbon untuk mendukung target net zero emission pemerintah di tahun 2060 atau lebih cepat. Kami telah meningkatkan kapabilitas melalui ekspertis di bank yang akan mendukung tujuan bisnis nasabah yang berkelanjutan. Kerangka pendanaan hijau, kami memfasilitasi solusi end-to-end yang holistik melalui UOB Sustainable Financing Framework. Hari ini kita akan meluncurkan program U-Solar 2.0, platform pembiayaan hijau dengan solusi end-to-end yang komprehensif, yang mencakup rantai nilai sektor tenaga surya agar berkembang lebih cepat. Bapak Ibu akan mendengarkan penjelasan lebih lanjut mengenai program ini yang akan dibawakan oleh rekan saya, Bapak Wasisto Surono. Selain itu, kami juga terus mendukung inisiatif pembiayaan hijau di berbagai bidang, seperti efisiensi energi, energi surya, pengelolaan sampah, serta plastik daur ulang yang ramah lingkungan. Seiring dengan peran UOB sebagai katalis dalam menghadirkan peluang, kami berharap dapat mendukung pemerintah, regulator, investor, dan masyarakat luas dalam membangun masa depan bersama yang berkelanjutan. Semoga acara hari ini bermanfaat bagi Bapak Ibu sekalian. Terima kasih dan selamat sore.
Kita berikan tepuk tangan kepada Bapak Haraman Kasan. Terima kasih untuk sambutan yang telah diberikan. Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian, acara selanjutnya adalah prosesi seremoni untuk meresmikan peluncuran program U-Solar 2.0. Kami mengundang tim media dan fotografer untuk dapat standby. Dan sekali lagi kami mengundang kepada Bapak Harapan Kasan, kemudian Ibu Jenny Hadikusuma, kepada Bapak Edwin Kadir, dan Bapak Susanto Lukman untuk dapat naik ke stage. Dipersilakan Pak Harapan, Pak Edwin, Ibu Jenny Hadikusuma, Pak Susanto dapat naik ke stage. Dan juga Ibu Maya. Silakan dapat join bersama. Ya, mendekati LED untuk memulai prosesi, ya, berdiri di posisi masing-masing. Saya akan menghitung, ya Bapak Ibu, oke. Ya, mungkin Ibu Jenny dan Ibu Maya bisa mendekat bersama ya. Saya akan menghitung 3. Hitungan ketiga, saya harapkan tangannya dapat press ke dalam ke screen yang ada. Oke. 3. Tangannya siap. 3, 2, 1.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Baik. U-Solar 2.0 ini merupakan perluasan dari program U-Solar yang telah diluncurkan pada 2019 lalu. Melalui program ini, para kontraktor panel surya, pengadaan dan konstruksi, serta pengembang dapat mendapatkan akses mudah pembiayaan berkelanjutan dalam satu ekosistem. Melalui program ini, mereka dapat membiayai pembelian peralatan dan bekerja pada beberapa proyek tenaga surya secara bersamaan, mempercepat tingkat adopsi tenaga surya di kawasan. Dengan ini, program U-Solar 2.0 telah resmi diluncurkan di Indonesia. Kita berikan aplaus sekali lagi yang meriah untuk peluncuran ini. Kami mohon Bapak-Bapak untuk tetap dan Ibu-Ibu bisa tetap di posisi masing-masing. Ya, kita akan lakukan sesi foto bersama terlebih dahulu. Apakah perlu maju sedikit? Iya, bisa maju sedikit, Bapak? Iya. Baiklah, terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu, kami persilakan untuk kembali ke tempat duduknya kembali. Terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian, acara selanjutnya adalah pemaparan singkat mengenai program U-Solar 2.0 yang akan disampaikan oleh Bapak Wasisto Susono, Group Wholesale Banking Sector Solution Group UOB. Kepada Pak Wasisto, the stage is yours. Ya, terima kasih. Momen yang telah diabadikan kepada Bapak Wasisto, saya persilahkan.
Selamat pagi, Bapak Ibu semua. Perkenalkan saya untuk memaparkan sedikit mengenai program U-Solar 2.0 yang baru saja diluncurkan di Indonesia. Oke, jadi program U-Solar ini sebelumnya sudah UOB sudah meluncurkan di tahun 2019 untuk 4 market, Singapura, Malaysia, Thailand, dan Indonesia. Pada awalnya kita yang ada di pikiran kita untuk program ini adalah kita ingin berusaha untuk membantu mengembangkan energi terbarukan, terutama solar, karena itu lebih mudah untuk dijangkau oleh semua. U-Solar program kita menamakan this is we might call it the Asia's first integrated solar energy financing platform, yang sebenarnya kita memberikan solusi pembiayaan untuk ekosistem solar PV industry, mulai dari solar project developer, solar EPC contractor, dan end user atau pengguna akhir. Tujuannya atau objektifnya dari U-Solar program ada 3. Yang pertama, kita mencoba untuk membantu promoting sustainability awareness, kesadaran bagi publik, dengan melakukan berbagai macam event ataupun exhibition, dan juga kita publikasi beberapa mengenai energi terbarukan. Kemudian yang kedua, tentu kita mau mendukung solar ecosystem players dengan end-to-end solutions yang holistik dan bisa memudahkan untuk semuanya. Untuk objektif yang ketiga, kita sebenarnya mau membantu nasabah UOB untuk memudahkan, menyederhanakan sustainability journey mereka. Oke, approach yang kita gunakan sebenarnya untuk U-Solar program secara keseluruhan. U-Solar 1.0 kita berpartner, bermitra dengan solar EPC contractors dan solar project developers Hingga saat ini di 4 negara sudah ada 21 partner UOB. Untuk Indonesia kita ada 3 solar EPC contractor yang menjadi partner UOB. Dan untuk U-Solar 2.0 kita enhance, kita mengembangkan, dan kita sudah berkolaborasi dengan equipment suppliers seperti yang tertera di sini. Jadi keseluruhan total mitra UOB untuk U-Solar program ada 32 di 4 negara ini. Kemudian kita melihat secara keseluruhan ekosistem dari solar project developer, solar EPC contractors, kemudian end users. Dari situ kita melihat bahwa masih ada satu missing link, yaitu equipment suppliers termasuk distributors. Di mana di sini kita mencoba untuk menghubungkan agar memberikan kemudahan juga buat solar EPC contractor maupun solar developer pada saat mereka melakukan procurement atau pengadaan dari peralatan tersebut, baik modul maupun inverters. Berikut adalah financing solutions yang kita namakan end-to-end sebenarnya untuk keseluruhan ekosistem. Di mana untuk solar project developer, kita ada pembiayaan project financing maupun portfolio financing, yang mana lebih ke arah power purchase agreement atau leasing. Kemudian ada untuk equipment supplier di U-Solar 2.0 yang kita coba untuk dapatkan di sini adalah kita mau memberikan kemudahan better credit terms untuk solar EPC contractors maupun solar project developer pada saat mereka melakukan pembelian peralatan. Untuk solar EPC contractor kita memberikan working capital atau modal kerja, pembiayaan modal kerja, dan tujuannya sebenarnya dari keseluruhan ini untuk memberikan untuk support dari ekosistem agar cash flow dari perusahaan itu bisa termanage dengan baik. Untuk yang terakhir, end user, kita bagi 2 sebenarnya. Untuk komersial dan industrial, kita ada solar equipment financing, which is sebenarnya pembiayaan bagi perusahaan, gedung, pabrik yang mau memasang solar, ada pembiayaan dari UOB. Secara program di 4 negara itu kita dapat memberikan up to 7 years with 70% total project cost. Kemudian untuk residential segment itu ada kartu kredit UOB dengan cicilan 0% selama maksimal 36 bulan. Jadi dari keseluruhan produk yang kita, maksudnya financing solution yang kita tawarkan ini, kita berharap kita dapat membantu keseluruhan ekosistem sehingga somewhat bisa membantu pemerintah untuk accelerate solar adoption. Oke, untuk U-Solar sendiri sebenarnya seperti yang tadi Pak Harapan sudah sampaikan, kita ada beberapa sustainable finance framework. Salah satunya adalah Smart City Sustainable Financing Framework. Termasuk di dalamnya ada 7 sektor, which is clean energy, solar termasuk di dalamnya, kemudian retrofit works to reduce energy use dalam artian energy efficiency. UOB sendiri tahun lalu sudah launch produk similar to U-Solar, itu dengan U-Energy untuk energy efficiency. Kemudian green transport, di Malaysia, Singapura, dan Thailand kita sudah launch untuk program U-Drive. Sebentar lagi Indonesia, mudah-mudahan. Jadi ini untuk electric vehicle maupun charging infrastructure-nya. Kemudian green buildings construction ini untuk membantu kontraktor yang terlibat di dalam konstruksi gedung atau bangunan hijau. Yang kelima water efficiency dan wastewater treatment. Yang keenam waste management, total solid waste management termasuk waste to energy di dalamnya. Dan yang terakhir, yang ketujuh itu sebenarnya climate change adaptation, which is ini lebih ke yang sekarang lebih kepada aktivitas gimana caranya untuk mengatasi perubahan iklim. Oke, untuk U-Solar program sendiri, kami UOB bangga untuk menampilkan bahwa kita mendapatkan awards recognition dari credible institution. Salah satunya di ASEAN, Kemudian untuk UOB Malaysia, kita mendapatkan award dari NEA, National Energy. Kemudian juga dari UN Global Compact. Dan untuk tahun 2022 atau 2023 terakhir, kita juga mendapatkan Renewable Energy Deal of the Year dari The Asset dan Best Deal and Solutions di Malaysia untuk salah satu program large scale solar. Mungkin pemaparan dari saya cukup sampai di sini. Yang terakhir adalah achievement dari program U Solar secara keseluruhan. So far dari tahun 2019 sampai dengan tahun ini, sampai dengan April 2023, kami berhasil membiayai program, maksudnya proyek-proyek PLTS atau solar, dan itu berhasil untuk secara carbon dioxide avoidance sekitar 400.000 ton yang translates into more than 90,000 lah, 90.000 car yang taken off the road selama 1 tahun, dan juga itu setara dengan 6,7 juta pohon bibit yang ditanam selama 10 tahun. Mungkin itu. Terima kasih, selamat sore, terima kasih sekali.
Baiklah, baiklah Bapak Ibu sekalian, terima kasih kepada Bapak Wasisto untuk presentasi pemaparan yang telah diberikan. Dan Bapak Ibu hadirin yang terhormat, demikianlah seluruh rangkaian acara peluncuran U Solar 2.0. Jika nanti ada pertanyaan, Bapak dan Ibu kami persilakan untuk dapat mendatangi booth Bank UOB yang ada di depan dari pintu hall ini, ya. Atau dapat menghubungi tim dan kru dari UOB yang siap untuk bisa berbincang lebih lanjut bersama dengan Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Saya Samuel Houghton, izin undur diri, sampai jumpa kembali.
Cek. All right, thank you very much once again for the UOB Bank Indonesia, and for all the participants here, don't forget once again to come and visit our booth in front of the ballroom and visit the booth of UOB Bank Indonesia. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the next session is talk show about solar business opportunities in Southeast Asia. Discussion of perspective and experience of prominent solar business players in Southeast Asia and how to move forward. This talk show will be moderated by Ibu Anggita Pradipta from Indonesian Solar Energy Association. So please welcome Ibu Anggita Pradipta.
Tes. Ya, oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, good day ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming to Indo Solar 2023 and this time discussion with the topic of solar business opportunities in Southeast Asia. Before started, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Anggita Pradipta from ISE, and I'm delighted to be your moderator for today's insightful webinar. As we embark on this journey together, I'd like to extend my warmest greetings to each one of you. Whether you are joining us from online or offline, in today's webinar we have an incredible lineup of speakers. Please welcome Mr. Kapil Donggel, Director of International Sales and Development, EMITS. And also please welcome Mr. Jin Song, Huawei Indonesia Digital Power. I'd like to invite Mr. Christoph Ingin, Vice Chairman, Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore. Please have it. The last one, the ladies. Ibu Ratih Kania, Director of Natural Resources Planning, Ministry of Investment of Indonesia or BKPM. Sorry, the committee? Does the Bu Ratih come? Okay. Okay, so we can start. I'm genuinely excited about the valuable insight that the panelists will bring to the table, and I'm certain that we will all walk away with new perspective and inspiration on how we optimize about the growth of the solar energy business in Indonesia. Throughout the webinar, please feel free to interact and ask the questions and share your thoughts. For the one who join online, maybe can drop the chat or on the Q&A sessions. And your active engagement is what will make this experience truly exceptional. So without further ado, let's dive into today's webinar and make it resounding success. Thank you for being here, and let's make the most of this opportunity to learn and grow together. For Mr. Kapil, EMITS is a partnership between Indian and Indonesia's companies, right? So what motivated the collaboration between Indian and Indonesia's companies to form this joint venture? And how is business going these past few years, and what milestone have you achieved so far?
Sure. So EMITS is a joint venture between local Indonesian company Indica Energy and fourth partner Energy from India, which is #1 developer in the country, in India. Indica Energy is in the transition phase, as in from its coal business to non-coal business. The journey is to be done, and maximum revenue up to 50% to come from its now non-coal business, yeah. And EMITS is supposed to contribute substantially in the revenue growth of Indica's energy commitment, to sustainability. And also this diversification brings in, a lot of commitment towards sustainability goals of the company, improving the ESG performance, and also the contribution to the energy security of the country. So that is from Indica Energy perspective, and from fourth partner energy perspective, being number one company of India and having done 1.3 gigawatt of renewable assets in the country, that essentially is a expansion of its territories across Southeast Asia, already in India, having expanded in Vietnam, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and now Indonesia. So essentially, it's a strategic expansion of fourth partner energy into this market, and there's an immense potential here for us to look at, in the long-term perspective from both technical as well as commercial investment perspective. So that's a very natural fit for fourth partner and Indica Energy, EMITS being the joint venture. And at EMITS, we aim to contribute to the growth of the country in terms of renewable energy by making an investment commitment of $500 million in the next few years. So with that, I think that's very interesting power pack combination that we have to offer to our customers in CNI business, or also, accelerate the growth of renewable energy here in the country with participating in government programs, deregulation, or the hijab program, for the utility scale as well. So, and also now with the time that little time that EMITS has progressed so far, has done substantial work in terms of installation of rooftop solar projects or ground-mounted projects or floating solar or carport with battery, without battery, with PLN, outside PLN. So all sorts of combination we have been able to do it, and that substantially has contributed to the growth of installations and has created pilots, examples of various possibilities of renewable projects possible in Indonesia. So far, I think in terms of quantum, in terms of quantity, to put it, I think we have order booked about 60 megawatt, and also around similar numbers we have installations going on. So that's the growth that we have seen in the very short span of time, with the rapid growth that we have gone through. And I think there are challenges, of course. Maybe we can discuss.
Okay,
Yeah,
saying that,
thank you.
Mr. Kapel, have you encountered any challenges, or maybe we can see in another point of view as the opportunities related to policy changes that affected our business strategy in solar industry?
Yeah, there are challenges. I think every country has its own challenges, and the challenge here is very unique in a sense that power is over surplus. So I think it's more of a power management, that is required, and that will create the room for solar. More the better the power management is, and there are ways to do it. I mean, the country is already at it, finding ways to how the solar space for the solar can be created, right? Yeah. So all sorts of, attempts are being made, but the biggest challenge that we feel for solar to accelerate, or from where it is, from where actually it is, and to the kind of levels that solar is supposed to achieve, I think the key thing is the net metering, which is, I think, discontinued these days. That has substantially, kind of reduced the sizing of the project, and I think that is something very fundamental for a rooftop solar industry or sector to take off. Net metering is very supportive. You provide incentives or don't give incentives, subsidize, do not subsidize. But that's net metering itself is a big incentive for developers to take up, or start investing or really focusing on, putting more and more money in this CNI sector. So I think that's one big challenge, and otherwise, rest are all regulatory things which still can be managed here, I think, with time. Thank you.
Okay. Learning from India that you already have 1.3 gigawatt peak, right? What we can do in Indonesia to achieve that that milestone, maybe in the next future, yeah, how you can see that, what's adoption that we should do in Indonesia to achieve that ambition?
Correct. So I think there are few learnings. I mean, India is not part of ASEAN, but has good relationship with all the neighboring countries, right? And there's a lot of learning between countries always. So in a way, I think there are few learnings that we had in India, having done solar and wind and other renewable projects for good 15 years. I think there are one is, of course, I mean, the country is at 70 gigawatt, India is at 70 gigawatt of solar. It took time for India to also go to that level, right? But I think the key fundamentals set in the initial days were, set right, I think, for investments to come in, for technology people to start investing into technology, manufacturing. I think the targets were really crystal clear. The ways, in which the targets will be achieved were defined clearly by each province. There are 30 provinces in India. So each province had its own level target to replace the conventional power. So I think with those kind of targets, I think that this level of solar could be achieved. And the policies also were very clear, clear and conducive. I mean, I would say, and to the extent there were hurdles in the initial days, but then those hurdles were resolved through one single window clearance kind of solutioning, So that also attracted a lot of investment then, and then so this was for the utility scale and the CNI rooftop scale as net metering. And third thing which is allowed and which really helped to pick up the pace is power wheeling scheme. I think the power wheeling scheme is key. I would say key game changer, driver rather, for CNI sector to basically really come towards the goals they set for their companies or their manufacturing units. I mean, rooftop can only give you 15, 20%, 30% of power, right? But or replacement of power. But then, if that comes into power wheeling comes into play, it can take you to 70, 80% of your power replacement. So I think that was a key driver. I think this can be implemented if in the new capital, if you have to see particularly where Java being power surplus, I think that part where the new developments are coming, more investments, this kind of scheme can fetch in. Really, I think that can be really, I mean, there are ways to look at it, but I think one of the ways to do is through power wheeling. That's quite implementable, and neighboring countries has done it. Philippines is now allowing to do it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Kapil. So to Mr. Jingson, as a director of Huawei Indonesia Digital Power, I want to ask how Huawei's expertise and technology can complement the country efforts in achieving its renewable energy targets in 2025 to achieve 23% of renewable energy.
Okay, thank you. So Huawei, as the leading technology vendors, have a presence in all the major countries in Southeast Asia. And what we see is, Indonesia is very special. It's a very special market it's actually in a special period of its energy transition, right? So Just like today in the opening speech, everyone say we need to work together to drive for a bigger and better PV industry. Right? So, yeah.
How special? What do you mean Indonesia is special for renewable energy?
Yeah, so
or maybe solar energy in this
we
specific
can see that
topic?
from our experience compared with other more mature markets like Thailand and Malaysia, it's actually still in the early stage of the adoption of the PV, right? If you look at the total installed base and all the things, so there's actually what we see is there's still some like misconception. There is some still lack of understanding of the technology itself, from all the communities, including the customers and the regulations and government and industry. So that's actually, it's from the vendor side. I think we have the responsibility to educate to share the knowledge and educate the market and make sure everyone is on the same page, on understanding of the technology and including the regulation and government, so that we can get it done right. Because we started late, right? Maybe in Indonesia market may started late, but then we can do it right in the first place. We can learn from other market. We can learn from the mistakes, what's right, what's wrong. So then we can, although we started late, but we can catch up when it's the right time.
Okay. Can we elaborate about Huawei maybe collaborate with local Indonesian companies in the solar energy sector? How do you see your collaboration between Indonesian solar energy companies here?
Yeah, I think from our perception, right? So MS is also one of our customers, and what we see is actually it's a very because of the it's a small cake. The market is still small.
Sorry, maybe the mic. Can you
because the market is still small, the cake is still small. So it's really a small community, right? And what we see is that we have a really, good and decisive customers we've seen in this market that share the same vision with us. So although the market is maybe still small, but they keep investing and keep trying to penetrate the market. So that's why from us we see that it's really a small but very close community that we can communicate close with and understand each other really, really well and share the same same journey towards the energy transition for Indonesia.
Okay, Mr. Jin Song, what kind of market you see will grow faster compared with others here in Indonesia?
Yeah, from our experience so far, the CNI is still the main market in Indonesia, right? So because we see a lot of demand, from our customer from CNI customers, from their factories and from manufacturers, from many businesses they are thinking about doing the solar. This is what we see, right? But of course, there's certain limitations and regulations is stopping that from growing as quickly as other market. But if we look at the next step, we think the utility may still take some time to take off. Like many other countries, utility is normally the first wave of development in other countries from the history point of view. But Indonesia, in the next, we see in the short to mid term, our what we see as a vendor, the market is for the outside the main island, for the off-grid and microgrid, because Indonesia is a country with like more than 17,000 islands, and a lot of the isolated remote communities that with the decrease of the price of the panel and also the batteries and all the LCOEs to a point that it can compete with other alternative energy resources. So now it makes a lot economic sense, and also from the social responsibility point of view, it makes a lot of sense to actually go out to provide energy for all the vision in the remote areas, while we're waiting for the other segment of the market to be more mature.
Okay, thank you. So I want to ask Mr. Christoph Ingin, Vice Chairman of Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore. I want to ask about what is your main objectives and priorities for the association in driving the transition to clean energy?
Okay, thank you, Anita. So Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore, we were established back in 2006 and cater to around 200 mostly SMEs. So it's really for the private sector, if you like. And they're across all market segments, but most of us are in the solar business, one way or another. So either small manufacturing sector or installers or developers. And we kind of interface with the government to try to help improve regulations. Governments speak to industry and vice versa. It's a very useful platform for that. Also, we do a lot of training. So it's quite important you have training in academic environments. We contrast that. This is training by practitioners for practitioners. So C's members actually teach the classes. Yeah. So that way we can train our colleagues, our competitors, and we use this as well as a platform to go not just Singapore, but around the region. So we have a unit called SECO, which is Sustainable Energy Clean. I'm sorry, I've forgotten the acronym, but it's basically to help ministries overseas see what they can learn from what we've achieved in Singapore and the region, and to pass on the learning that we have.
Okay, you're talking about the government. Maybe we want to know, like, how has the Singaporean government been supporting the growth of sustainable energy? How is that? How Singaporean government support all the growth to achieve the energy transition?
Right. It's very important, I think, to distinguish also around the region and around the world how government started, or how markets started. And to be aware the situation we are at today is very different from 20 years ago. So the policies 20 years ago were all about research and development budgets, followed by subsidies and incentives. You needed that because PV and wind were still too expensive and wasn't viable in the market. Today that's different. And so in Singapore we never had the subsidies. We came therefore quite late to the party. And I think this is also important for countries like Indonesia, which is well behind Thailand and Vietnam and Philippines. They started with government subsidies. And now they're sometimes having difficulty letting go of those subsidies. If you've never had them, don't start. It's almost like drugs. Subsidies are an addiction. And the nice news is you don't need them because solar is competitive. And then the private sector can drive demand. So what does that leave for the government to do? You still need the regulations. You can't have anybody just connect to the grid any old how. You need qualified people. So the training is important. Need to make sure everybody understands what is the regulation, what can I connect, what can I sell, what is the market price. Because where you have uncertainty in the market, people are reluctant to invest. If you know the rules of the game, then you will invest your money. And so the government's job here is to provide that stability, provide that guidance.
Okay. How do you see the competition between business players in the solar energy industry between countries?
I don't see much competition between countries. It's quite fragmented. Perhaps there was competition in the module space, the manufacturing space. You know, you used to have Japan, United States, Germany, and then China came quite late, and now China has everything. It's 95% of production is all either in China or from Chinese companies elsewhere. There's a few other examples like First Solar, a US company, or SunPower, some Europeans. But in the markets, why should the countries be competitors? How is Indonesia a competitor to Vietnam in the solar market? We should each celebrate and help each other. There's nothing to compete there, I think.
Okay. How do you see Singapore's strategy in promoting sustainable energy to the societies?
Promoting it to the society?
Yeah. I mean, like here in Indonesia, we face that people maybe even do not know about what is solar energy. So how do you see it
Yes, you start off with demonstration projects. You're right. Europeans used to come visit me in Singapore. I've been in Singapore now 26 years. And they kept on saying the same thing. Wow, you have so much sunshine here and no solar panels. Why? Because the market wasn't ready. And then with first illustrations, demonstrations, promote it, advertise it, and there are government budgets for this kind of thing to promote it. Then people see it. And now we're at a stage where, you might have solar on your house, and I look at your house, oh, that's interesting, where did you get it from? And you tell me, oh, this supplier, that supplier. So word of mouth, it becomes more obvious, you see it more, and then it becomes natural. Everybody understands it.
Yeah, yeah, correct. Okay, back to Mr. Kapil. I want to ask, what is your top priorities facing all the challenges that we had today? Your top priorities to achieve this target on the next maybe 3 years?
Top priorities.
Yeah.
I think the differentiation is in building a right team in the company, right? So do proper hiring, get right people on board to support.
Is it hard to find?
I think not really hard, but I think since as we talked, it has just started, right?
Correct. It's a niche.
It's learning time. It's Indonesia will go through a learning curve, right? So in a way, not hard to find, but then people from the same industry is still not there, right? So maybe that's something that build a right team is something we are very keen to have, people to connect with us and take it to the next level, to the level that we look at ourselves. And then, next is just stay at it, right? Yeah, stay at it and, keep looking out for business. And that's the goal that we have. Yeah, that's about it, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, and then to Mr. Jin Song. What do you think? What is needed most to drive the solar power business in Indonesia and beyond? Yeah. What do you need most to drive the solar power business in Indonesia? Sorry? Okay. Maybe Mr. Christoph?
Sorry, two things here. One, I remember the acronym. My mind went blank earlier.
Sorry, maybe you can get
Speak
your
closer?
MC closer.
Yeah. So the acronym I forgot earlier, SECO, is a Sustainable Energy Center of Excellence. I want to mention that. So your question was what could help to drive the solar sector in Indonesia? I think one of the most important things is access to the grid. To the power grid.
Okay.
PLN.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. The biggest segment or biggest sector, the fastest growing one, is easily industrial and commercial rooftops. So on industrial and commercial rooftops, you have huge roofs in Indonesia. Our little roofs in Singapore, we look on with jealousy and see these massive rooftops. We would love to cover them with solar panels. But the problem is, if you do, they will, at certain times of the day, generate more electricity than the factory consumes.
Yeah.
What to do with this electricity? If you have to curtail it, it's a waste of you paid upfront for the solar panels. And then if you have to switch them off because they are exporting, it's a waste. You need to be able to export this to the grid without uncertainty. You must be certain that you can do this and get paid for it, because then that makes the whole investment worthwhile. And the rest of the country benefits because you're getting clean energy into the grid. Only coal will sell less.
Yeah. Do you have an opinion?
I think about it, just to add on to that, I think it's a valid point. But I think for Indonesia, the answer will be more complicated, right? Complicated than that. So I know Singapore is really now like the penetration is really high already for the PV, right?
Not very high yet, but
not high enough, right?
It's still only 2% of our electricity comes from solar.
Yeah.
So,
How much? 2%?
About 2%.
But how much percent of rooftop already occupied?
There's many rooftops, but we've only done 850 megawatts, and I think there's enough space for maybe 3 or 4 gigawatts. So, yeah, but 20%, yes.
Yeah, so I guess for Indonesia, so maybe if from the full picture point of view, we need more coordinated tactics across all the players and communities, including the government, right? So talk about the regulation, the process, talking about the local production, the local supply chain, talk about how to set up the local standard and specifications. All these kind of things need to be coordinated in the right direction, so that there's not enough incentives or it's enough drives for all the players to move forward. Because for now, I think for all the players currently still play very safe in most ways, right? For us, for example, we are the vendor also. Of course, right, we want to be part of this energy transition for this country, and we want to invest in this country and, talk about local production, all those. But in the previous discussion, like the chicken egg thing, so where's the demand? Is the demand coming at what time? Then decide at what time we're going to invest, and to which degree. So it's all somehow interlocked, so that's why it's probably need a more coordinated tactics. Yes.
Sure, coordinating and collaboration, right? Okay, we have Miss Ratih Kania, the Director of Natural Resources Planning from Ministry of Investment of Indonesia, who are joining online. Halo, Ibu Ratih. Selamat
Halo.
sore.
Selamat sore, Mbak Anggita.
Sorry, for the speaker. Can you hear us?
Ya, benar.
Okay. Thank you for coming and joining us online, Bu Ratih. As I want to ask for, could you provide an overview of the Ministry of Investment's role in promoting renewable energy investment in Indonesia, Ibu Ratih? What is the role?
Thank you, Mbak Gita. We from Ministry of Investment, BKPM, now is committed to taking the lead in promoting renewable energy investment, mainly in Indonesia. Several commitment and contracts of renewable energy have already been signed in 2023. For the development about the renewable energy until the end of 2022, there are around 12.5 gigawatt installed capacity of renewable energy, with a target is around 30 gigawatt in 2023. For this number, we will grow to 20.9 gigawatt in renewable energy as set in National Electricity Planning 2021 until 2030. The largest capacity addition will be from hydro and solar. PLN estimated the capacity addition required 50 billion USD of investment. For the promotion, the government, in terms of ease of doing business, government has also made various improvements through the job creation law. The government also provide various kind of fiscal incentive, such as tax holiday, tax allowance, import duty exemption, and super tax deduction for the renewable energy development. Ministry of Investment or BKPM also develop 69 ready to offer sustainable investment profile. You can see in our website the 69 ready to offer, which include two renewable energy projects, mainly in Banten and East Kalimantan. We also provide end-to-end investment services, starting from promotion, investment opportunity, and investment climate in Indonesia. We bridge investor potential with partner and related stakeholder in Indonesia. We also assist renewable energy investor through licensing process in Indonesia. Lastly, we facilitate to address the until production stage.
Okay, you facilitate the investor, right, Bu? How do investor perceive doing solar business in Indonesia?
Can you?
Sorry? Yeah. How do investor perceive doing solar business in Indonesia? I mean, yeah, you facilitate the investor, right? And then how is their perception and how is their perceive doing solar business in here?
You mean the Indonesia? From the South Asia Green Economy 2023 report state that green investment in Indonesia and Singapore is steady growing. This is the competitiveness. In 2022, around 50% of green investment in the South Asia are from Singapore and Indonesia. Moreover, 70% of the green investment in 2022 are in renewable energy and 55% of investment are foreign investors. This is so the renewable energy investment in Indonesia is still attractive to investors.
Still attractive ya Bu for solar business. Yes. Do you think Indonesia have a competitive edge compared to other countries maybe?
Yes, in the regional cooperation, you mean in ASEAN. However, we must cooperation with among ASEAN countries. The South ASEAN countries have the potential to self-sufficient for the renewable energy needs, but it needs to connect supply and demand in each ASEAN member, like Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, and Indonesia have a high potential to exporter, but Singapore strong need to import green energy to achieve its 2030 goal and zero in the long term. We need to seek additional demand for solar panel to build a domestic supply for solar panel and batteries. For the regional cooperation, in case we have agreement with Singapore in boost investment in the new renewable energy industry to support the export of electricity to fulfill the initial demand for solar panel until 2030. And the private sector has also support to both government regard renewable energy cooperation in this project. The development of renewable energy and explore opportunities for the industrialization of the solar panel and battery supply chains. It shows that commitment that Indonesian government in encouraging regional cooperation to encourage the development of renewable energy.
Okay, thank you. Maybe from the audience, do you have any question? Can you please raise your hands? Okay, Ibu Citra.
Okay, thank you very much. I think because all three of you here who are present offline in this room represent private companies, I would like your honest opinion of doing business, solar business in Southeast Asia. Which country is most interesting to do business with? And especially for Indonesia, do you think that we have a chance to be competitive with other Southeast Asian countries? Thanks.
To to all the panelists.
I think they all can have their own opinion,
Okay.
right?
So first, Mr. Kapil.
I think good question. Yes, of course, there's a lot of potential here. We see immense potential to invest in solar technology. Why only solar? You know, also batteries, and if to extend that to wind as well. There's potential, and we were just discussing on stage. You know, there's nothing called competition between countries on which country exceeds the other. Every country has its own dynamics, but as long as there are policies, conducive policies there are regulatory environment for the business will excel. I mean, I think the right targets need to be set, right policies need to be there at the very first place, and then leave it to the supply and demand game, and then things move on. So things happen. So, and that's what we believe in. That's what all businesses believe in, right? So I think that's a small role that I think government plays in any business or in any country. Create that platform, and then businesses then take over. So I think in my view, there's a potential, and we at Emirates are very excited to be in Indonesia and have huge commitment for helping Indonesia transit and be part of the entire transition from its being a coal-driven coal power-driven country to a more renewable-driven country. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jinsong.
Yeah, it's a difficult question. Yes.
It's a difficult question. Yeah.
So for Indonesia, like we said in the beginning, Indonesia is a very special situation, have its unique challenges, but same as other countries. But for us as a technology enabler, we see it as a big trend on what's driving the whole transition, right? So in our vision, if you go into our exhibition hall, the first screen in our Huawei Digital Power exhibition hall is we talk about the trend is the whole society going through electrification and decarbonization hand in hand in many countries. So this is the main driven behind what we're sitting here today. And for Indonesia, you're also on the journey of your industrialization, right? This is another pillar on top of the electrification and decarbonization. And all three together actually driving the whole society into the new civilization. So I think that's why for each country it's not really a competition, but we're sitting here today, we all have the responsibility and vision to go to these directions to help it to achieve the target, whatever it takes.
I think the answer to that depends a lot on what kind of company you are and what stage, or how big you are. So if you're, let's say, a large developer and you're looking at projects in the 50 megawatt scale, and your better bet maybe for markets which already have those, or have the demand for that. So it could be Thailand, it could be Philippines, it could be Cambodia even. I don't think Indonesia is there yet. If you're a smaller company, and of course there are many small companies, then you invest perhaps in the longer term. And you might have some special relationships with potential clients. And I think Indonesia is at a stage where you plant the seeds, and then they will grow. So it's a smaller business to start with. And but the potential, as we know, is huge. Indonesia is one of the biggest countries in Southeast Asia. You have huge demand for power, unelectrified segments. just waiting for the right ingredients to crystallize, and no one knows exactly when that will happen. But you need to be there at the beginning and recognize it when it does happen.
Okay. All clear, Bu Citra? Okay, thank you. Maybe to Bu Rati as well? Okay, so, okay, one question. The committee, can you please pass the mic to the audience?
Makasih. Sorry. I'm Latif Kau from Hyatt Solar, the Netherlands. Question to you, boss of the panels. How do you see the other technology of the solar, especially on thin film solar cell? Because we are actually planning to set a factory in Indonesia together with Pertamina. We are in the process
Sorry,
of.
can you speak more clearer?
Oh, sorry.
Because we cannot hear, right?
Sorry,
Yeah.
maybe. My name is Latif. Is clear now? Sorry. My name is Latif Gau from Thin Film Solar Cell, Hyatt Solar from the Netherlands. Question to the whole panel is about the different kind of technology on the solar technology in ASEAN country, the opportunity, especially on the thin film solar cell, because we are about to set a factory in Indonesia together with Pertamina for setting up a thin film solar cell factory in Indonesia. The second is maybe it's too premature for Indonesia with regard to the hydrogen. How do you see the comparison of the solar cell business and hydrogen to the ASEAN market? Maybe it's too premature for hydrogen in ASEAN, but it's worth to compare from this time on. Terima kasih.
Okay, hydrogen, sorry. Yeah, maybe Mr. Jin Song can.
Yeah, because we don't do the panel, right? So we cannot comment on that. But let me try to address the second question first. So, right, yeah, because if I hear correctly, the question is around how the solar PV and hydrogen technologies, what's the relationship between them, right? Or like I know chances is one of them, right? So from our point of view, we see that the hydrogen and the solar PV actually it can complement each other, right? So because there's a lot of talk in the industry about maybe in a space where in the countries like Indonesia where there's enough space, so you can use the PV to generate the hydrogen, then you can transport the hydrogen into other regions or other countries where you need the energy, so that it can be supplement each other in using the benefit of both technologies. So that's what we see.
The first question was about thin film. I think you're very brave if you want to go into thin film. There's only really one company in the world that has succeeded. That's First Solar. All the other ones I'm aware of have at some point or another failed because they are no longer competitive against crystalline silicon. And that's because you look at the massive economies of scale of the huge companies. I mean, these companies are now manufacturing 50, 60 gigawatts a year. And if you're starting from scratch with the new technology, how do you get your costs down, your volumes up, and your reliability up? So very tricky to come up with a new technology like that. You can never say it's not going to work, but you need to be brave for that, yes.
Yeah, we optimist for that. Mr. Kapil, do you have any opinion? No. Okay. One last question. I give one last question to Pak Mario, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Sumario from AIC. My question is for Christophe. As you mentioned that you're a bit concerned that Indonesia with a lot of roof availability, and we predict that or we estimate that at least 50 million houses or landed house with roof that's suitable for rooftop PV. And if you are talking about 10 to 15 kilowatt per hour. You are talking about 500 to 750 gigawatts of capacity. My question is that if that happen, would it not to, let's say, to make the grid utility or whoever the utility company suffer? Because as you know, and we know as well, that solar PV at that time, at this moment, is the cheapest way of generating electricity. The only problem is that how to store, to use it later during the night, for example. Thank you.
That's a very interesting question. Thank you for that. I think several things going on here. One, it's going to take a long time before so many households will have enough electricity to threaten the electricity company. And it's not just the households who are using it. So what they export to the grid goes to other parts and means that you can avoid burning fossil fuel. That's to the benefit of everybody. If you say it's threatening a company because they are losing opportunity to sell, I think the growth in demand for electricity will compensate for their, if you like, reduction in business. Secondly is about both intermittency and storage. There is becoming very interesting what we see with electric vehicles. As electric vehicle growth comes, you need to charge those batteries. And the best time to charge them is during the daytime, because people drive to the office in the morning, back in the evening, the daytime the car is doing nothing. It can absorb the extra electricity. So as the storage costs come down and EV vehicle population increases, you'll find a lot of the problems resolve themselves. We can look forward to that. I think very, very exciting times.
Okay, Pak Mario, is it clear? Okay, maybe last question. We already have some point of view from each speakers, right, about how we accelerate the energy transition in Asia and Indonesia, like streamlining permitting and regulations and so on and so forth. Each of you have different opinion. So lastly, how we drive and accelerate this adoption? Maybe what is the key approach that you think this is the very, very main key driver to promote and speed up the use of solar energy in Indonesia? Mr. Kapil, first.
Yeah, again, I mean, I would just summarize what I've spoken, and I think three items. One is for capital to come in, for a lot of green capital is waiting for Indonesia to come in, and for that money to come here, I mean, a clear policy, one for the CNI, I mean, in this sector, and then to have more investments coming into utility scale power plants. I mean, there are programs which need to be accelerated, and also if there are more programs which can start, should start, so that, because it's a long lead time process, yeah, it has to go through a lot of documentation and also feasibilities. If it has to start, then start now. And then the third is, I think making it, making things stable in a manner that once it is, notified, this is the way the business will be done, then stick to it probably, and then change it if required, but in phase-wise manner, right? As the country deployment of solar increases, and then, as the power management continues by the government, then I think the phase-wise, with proper notifications, things can change, which will, this thing, I think in my mind, these three things will definitely help to accelerate the solar deployment, installment. And the last thing is, if there's a space to accommodate wheeling of power, in the Renewable Energy Act, that is, I think, another key element which can be looked at. And that will take or accelerate entire thing again, to next level altogether. So that something can be a meaningful implementation can be done. And the last thing, in my view, is let collaboration, public partnership that is required to lot of extent that, or wherever it's possible, let those things also come in. I mean, these are, I think, few things that can be looked at, which I mean the country is already working at. The people are already looking at things, but yeah, I think these are key points I believe will really help to accelerate things faster.
Sure,
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
yeah.
We have
Thank you.
5 points here, Mr. Kapil. Okay, Mr. Jinsong, what do you think?
Just maybe to me, maybe there's only one thing, because I mean the technologies and also the business case, everything already proven in other market, right, greatly. But for Indonesia to speed forward, I think the fundamental thing need to be streamlined is actually what I think should call it the value distribution or the business model disruption, because from what we understand, like say there's even the power industry is heavily subsidized already, right? For normal household, for the industries, and including for the coal also, right? And many other countries does the subsidy directly to the household or directly to the industry, right? So it's a direct or indirect subsidy. But then how to streamline the subsidies to make the what we call the energy democracy, right? It's something that need to be changed fundamentally before that the whole value distribution can be stabilized, right? For the industry to move forward in a more freely. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Jinsong. Mr. Christoph?
Yeah, I think we've covered the points pretty much. Just two simple things. Make the rules of the game very clear, because you need stability in policy, otherwise you cannot invest for the long term. And PV investments are a long-term investment, so it must be clear. And that includes allowing connection to the grid with no complications. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I have another suggestion, which once these things are implemented, there's also a need for training the people, skilling up. The resources, do you mean? Yeah, resources, building capabilities, right? At one hand, we are looking at talking about gigawatt of installation. At the same
need that
time,
manpower,
yeah, there's a lot of resource required, trained manpower, or these are something to be also looked at, softer aspects, but some kind of mechanism on training people in universities locally. I don't know how the program works here, but specific courses related to solar, I think those are also things to be looked at holistically. To complement the installation, right? Yeah.
Once the manpower is ready, we also ready to grow, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Bu Rati, can you hear the questions?
Terima kasih.
How we?
The question.
Yeah. Okay, please.
The renewable energy. I think from regulatory framework, financial prerequisite, infrastructure, technology, and human capital and collaboration, they are highly impactful to accelerate the renewable energy. There are many various support that have been provided by government to support the renewable energy development.
Thank you, Bu Rati. So many key takeaways. As the investor will come, programs should start now for the utility scale, right? And then the how to accommodate the power of willing, the collaboration, and then we also talking about technology, even green jobs opportunities in Indonesia, and then also the important thing, clear policy, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of this enlightening webinar on solar business opportunities in Southeast Asia, as part of the committee, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished and insightful speakers. Thank you so much, Mr. and Bu Rati as well. All the participants for contributing to this valuable discussions. Today we have the tremendous potential in the solar industry for Southeast Asia region, from the increasing demand for renewable energy to supportive policies and the evolving market landscape, right? It is evident also that there has never been a better time to explore solar business opportunities in this thriving market. We've heard about the various success story from Mr. Kapil, how the solar project is going in India, right? And we hopefully also success in Indonesia, Mr. Kapil, and for Huawei as well. So, and it's inspiring to witness how solar projects are making a positive impact in Indonesia, hopefully. As we move forward, it is crucial also to acknowledge that challenges that lie ahead also. Cooperation between governments, private sector entities, and communities will be essential in fostering sustainable growth and ensuring a smooth transition to renewable energy success. So I encourage all participants to stay connected through the networking channels we've provided. Tomorrow we will have a networking session, right, in the night. And then maybe we can collaborate and knowledge sharing, because that's fundamental in advancing the solar industry in this region. I think it's not just about building successful business, but also about how we collectively working towards a greener and more sustainable future for generations to come. So thank you once again for your active participation and enthusiasm. As closing statement, I want to invite all the people here to let's continue to work together to make a positive difference. The future is bright, and with solar energy leading the way, we can illuminate the path towards a cleaner and more sustainable Southeast Asia. Goodbye and have a wonderful day. And thank you for all the participants and all the speakers.
Yeah, please, Ibu and all the panelists remain on the stage. And please, Ibu Anggita, to give the token of appreciation to all panelists.
For Ibu Rati, we also will give the certificate, yeah, as the token of appreciation, right? Okay, yes. Thank you, Ibu Rati. We hope we can have the opportunity again in the another event.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much
Mr.
once
Kapil,
again.
Mr. Jinsong, and Mr. Christoph In, and Ibu Ratih. Thank you for your time. I return to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give a big round of applause for all the panelists and moderator, as this is our last panel discussion for this afternoon session. But the last, not least, we will hear the product presentation from PT Jembo Energindo. But before that, to all participants here, don't forget to visit our booth outside, and for all the panelists who have received the token of appreciation, this token of appreciation is a carbon credit certificate from the Katingan Peatland Restoration and Conservation Project certified by FERA. The value of this certificate is 1 metric tons carbon, meaning it can be used to compensate or remove the carbon footprint of the beneficiary by 1 ton carbon. You can scan the QR code and it will be linked directly to FERA. Okay, so without any further ado, I would like to invite the representative from PT Jembo Energindo to come up to the stage.
Maaf ditunggu ya Pak, Bu Vina.
Oke, please Pak, Bapak sudah
Materi
boleh.
itu. Sudah. Oke, baik. Terima kasih. Kami dari Jembo Energindo, saya pakai pengantar bahasa Indonesia karena sengaja karena ini produk lokal dan TKDN-nya 47,5 gitu. Karena customer kami adalah banyakkan di lokal gitu. Jadi Jembo Energindo adalah anak perusahaan dari Jembo Cable. Kalau Bapak-bapak lihat sendiri itu Jembo Cable adalah pelanggan dari beberapa booth yang ada. Jadi saya waktu diminta kesan kenapa ikut pameran seperti ini karena bertujuan ingin berinteraksi dengan teman-teman yang bergulat di energi terbarukan. Jadi kebetulan ada customer kami yang ikut di pameran ini, ada JGC, ada Icon Plus, ada Kota Minyak gitu. Dan baru mereka tahu bahwa kami Jembo Energindo adalah anak perusahaan dari Jembo Cable. Jadi Jembo Energindo berdiri tahun 2001 berbentuk IBP, jadi kalau misalnya Bapak-bapak lihat ke Batam itu 2001 kami sudah masuk ke Batam bangun pembangkit 20 megawatt. Bahan bakarnya adalah dual fuel, diesel dan EPPO. Kami ada kontak dengan PLN selama 10 tahun. Setelah itu tahun 2013 kami bermetaproposa menjadi masuk ke energi terbarukan. Energi terbarukan dasarnya adalah kami berharap bahwa ini adalah menjadi energi masa depan dan kami mencoba fokus di situ. Capacity saat ini adalah 60 megawatt per tahun. Kami ada ISO series 9001, 141, 4501, TKD-nya 47,5%. Ada SND IC, Southmiss, PDI test. Kami sudah pakai teknologi half cut modul. Dan tadi saya ditanya sama wartawan dari Listrik Indonesia 2013 dan bisa eksis sampai sekarang, gimana ceritanya? Kami karena kalau mengandalkan pasar dalam negeri, terus terang aja kami bisa collab gitu. Tapi kami mengandalkan ada yang sebagian diekspor. Sehingga dengan kebijakan pemerintah yang tidak begitu konsisten terkait dengan TKDN, itu membuat berat buat kami sebenarnya. Mungkin teman-teman yang bergulat di industri panel bisa merasakan itu. Dan saya lihat ada pemain baru di EPC dari solar panel itu, saya lihat ada Kota Minyak, ada JGZ, ada Icon Plus, itu pemain-pemain baru. Dan saya sampaikan tadi bahwa kami produksi solar panel gitu. Jadi brandnya adalah GPC Jembo Photovoltaic, itu brand kami. Dan kalau posisi sekarang kami sudah di size dari solar panelnya di ukuran di 450 dan bulan depan ke 550. Mungkin ini ya salah satu pabrikan solar panel yang main di ukuran size yang cukup besar tuh baru 2 atau 3 pabrik gitu. Jadi kami anggota Apansi tadi tawarin sama Pak Bibi untuk masuk di ESR, ya saya terima kasih atas undangannya. Kami akan coba bicarakan di internal kami. Karena kami terus terang aja perlu suatu badan yang bisa bergerak sama-sama menyuarakan mengenai soal TKDN itu, Pak. Itu yang menjadi isu kami. Tadi saya bicara di Listrik Indonesia juga, kalau pembicaraan diskusi tadi juga akan menjadi sia-sia kalau soal isu TKDN tidak kita dorong, tidak kita pertahankan. Jadi itu yang menjadi kenapa kami tiap ada pameran kami coba hadir, Pak. Next. Ini kami dikasih waktu 10 menit, Pak. Jadi kalau misalnya ada pertanyaan, kebetulan kami buka bot di sana, Pak. Bapak bisa tanya apapun juga mengenai Jembo solar panel. Gitu. Jadi ini adalah konsep kerja dari solar panel. Jadi ada bahan baku solar grade silikon, ingot, wafer, solar cell, dan kami di solar modulnya. Gitu. Jadi tadi Pak Bebi nanya kenapa nggak bikin pabrik selnya, ya terus terang aja saya bilang skala ekonominya belum masuk gitu, karena itu wilayah sebenarnya wilayah government bukan wilayah kami gitu, sehingga pada saat dirutnya PLN datang ke pabrik kami sampaikan bahwa isu yang paling ya government dalam hal ini main di hulu aja gitu, karena kalau misal kami yang investasi swasta masuk ke industri ini tidak akan kuat gitu, Pak. The next. Ini adalah produk-produk kami. Kalau misalnya nanti ada yang mau ditanyakan nanti langsung ke botnya, karena saya ngejar waktu yang 10 menit, Pak. Jadi ya mudah-mudahan nanti orang-orang kami bisa menjawab pertanyaan-pertanyaan dari Bapak-Bapak semua gitu. Kami cerita sedikit mengenai yang ukuran size ya, 450, Pak. Jadi 450 kami bikin itu tadinya kami mau masuk ke Cirata, Pak. Persyaratan dari Cirata itu ukurannya harus 450, Pak. Jadi saya bicara dengan beberapa direksi dari pemangku proyek itu, bisa nggak bikin 450 katanya, karena dia sudah keliling di Indonesia nggak ada yang bisa, kecuali di Batam. Dan itu juga tidak boleh bayar di lokal. Kita bilang bisa. Kita sudah masukkan mesin ke Indonesia, sudah pasang, ternyata ada relaksasi, Pak, bahwa boleh impor proyek itu. Tapi kami keburu beli, Pak. Ya udah kami teruskan, sekarang kami masuk ke 550 gitu. Waktu itu kami bareng dengan WK Energi, dengan dirutnya WK Energi menghadap mengenai solar, mengenai di proyek Cirata itu. Oke, next. Jadi ini adalah teknologi yang baru yang kami pakai, ya TOPCon teknologi. Itu sebenarnya bahan selnya aja, mungkin Bapak-Bapak yang bergerak di solar panel akan tahu bahwa TOPCon itu adalah semakin ke sini industri solar panel itu semakin bagus Pak, harganya juga makin murah, dan bahan baku dari solar panelnya juga selnya juga makin kuat menyerap energi, dan kami pakai teknologi itu. Next. Ini adalah pengalaman kami Pak, ada lokal proyek 75% yang ekspor. Jadi 75% itu sekitar 14 mega ya kami sudah supply ke beberapa teman-teman yang bergulat di EPC solar panel. Untuk ekspornya itu sekitar 5 megaan lah. Lebih banyak kami ke Australia. Jadi kalau misalnya Bapak berkenan lihat pabrik kami, ya kami undang, kami persilakan. Ada beberapa yang sudah berkunjung, itu adalah di rutenya PLN, terus direksi daripada Pertamina Power Indonesia sudah lihat, jadi sudah melihat apa yang kami punya gitu. Jadi di acara ini mudah-mudahan ada beberapa yang bisa kita kolaborasikan. Saya tadi sengaja datang ke stand dari JGC, datang ke Kota Minyak, datang ke Indocomet ya. Karena mereka kelihatan baru masuk ke industri itu, dan kita sama-sama jalan bisa. Jadi kalau misalnya memerlukan solar panel yang ada persyaratannya TKDN, ya kami siap akan support Pak. Jadi kami karena TKDN cukup besar dan ukuran size-nya juga sudah sama dengan yang diekspor ya, yang diimpor ya sekitar 550-an ya standar baru itu. Next. Ini adalah contoh-contoh dari yang tadi saya bilang, yang kami bilang mengenai 14 megawatt yang untuk lokal itu Pak. Jadi kami banyak masuk ke instansi EPC yang ada di pemerintahan. Kami masuk ke SDM, kami masuk ke Kementerian Kesehatan, kami masuk ke beberapa universitas negeri gitu Pak. Jadi itu yang bisa kami, yang siap kami layani. Jadi ya kami berharap Bapak-bapak bisa melihat pabrik kami. Totalnya ada 20 hektar kami punya pabrik itu. Di belakang kalau misalnya Bapak ada jumbo kabel, di belakangnya ada solar panel gitu. Tadi ada pertanyaan yang saya dari wartawan listrik Indonesia yang menggugah saya juga sebenarnya. Bagaimana 2001 ke 2013, 2001 kan kita main di IPP Pak. Kalau 2013 kita masuk ke industri solar panel. Dan kami bisa bertahan ya salah satu karena induk kami juga jumbo kabel, terus dan kami pada saat 2013 itu energi terbarukan belum standar seperti sekarang, sekuat seperti sekarang gitu. Kami sudah masuk karena kalau Bapak perhatikan di jumbo kabel itu kami juga pionir di fiber optik, di metal corrugated cable, kabel-kabel untuk oil company gitu. Jadi ya kami coba yang ini kembangkan bersama-sama gitu. Ya kami berharap dengan kita bisa berkumpul, saya bisa ketemu dengan beberapa teman-teman yang EPC yang mulai masuk ke situ, kita bisa berkolaborasi. Titik bisnis nanti bisa kita bicarakan. Mungkin itu saja yang yang kami bisa sampaikan. Terima kasih. Kalau misalnya ada beberapa pertanyaan, nanti mungkin bisa bawa langsung kita ketemu di booth-nya. Kita akan diskusi sama-sama. Saya Beni Sulaiman, Direktur Marketing dari Jembo Energindo. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much Pak Beni Sulaiman. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our event today. Thank you very much for your participation. And I also would like to thank our supporters and sponsors of Indosolar Expo 2023, PT PLN Persero, PT Surya Energi Indotama, Bank UOB, Serafim Solar System PT Ltd, PT JGC Indonesia, PT ATW Sejahtera, PT TML Energy, PT WPD Indonesia Energy, PT Indonesia Infrastructure Finance, Pertamina Renewable Energy, PT Cahaya Power Indonesia, and PT Aruna Cahaya Pratama. And not forget also our media partners, Media Indonesia, Medcom.id, Metro TV, Suara.com, Tempo.co, Bisnis Indonesia, Bisnis.com, Listrik Indonesia, Transportasi.co, Ruangbicara.com, Zona IBT, Radio Sonora. Thank you very much for your participation and stay tuned for the day 2 of Indosolar Expo 2023. Tomorrow, 26 July at Birawa Assembly Hall, Hotel Bidakara, which is the same location as now. So I am Febrina sign off. Thank you very much once again. Don't forget to visit our booth outside and see you tomorrow.